She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone. A heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins. There is no emotion, there is peace. She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. She clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say, afraid the force might leave her, yet she reached it anyway. She stood beside her comrades, bound by trial, fear and flame, and in the threads of trust they wove, she found peace without a name. There is no passion, there is serenity. She said it with a trembling smile, still learning what it meant to be. But destiny is ruthless, and the moment came for strong. Now she rises with the current, where the living meet the lost. She became the light she reached for, no matter what it cost. And though she walks no longer, her journey carries on, a guardian in the force now, forever gentle, forever strong. She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone. A heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins. There is no emotion, there is peace. She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar. There is no ignorance, there is knowledge. She clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say. Afraid the force might leave her, yet she reached it anyway. She stood beside her comrades, bound by trial, fear and flame. And in the threads of trust they wove, she found peace without a name. There is no passion, there is serenity. She said it with a trembling smile, still learning what it meant to be. But destiny is ruthless, and the moment came for strong. Now she rises with the current, where the living meet the lost. She became the light she reached for, no matter what it cost. And though she walks no longer, her journey carries on. A guardian in the force now, forever gentle, forever strong. She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone. A heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins. There is no emotion, there is peace. She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar. There is no ignorance, clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say. Afraid the force might leave her, yet she reached it anyway. She stood beside her comrades, bound by trial, fear and flame. And in the threads of trust they wove, she found peace without a name.
There is no passion, there is serenity.
She said it with a trembling smile, still learning what it meant to be. But destiny is ruthless, and the moment came for strong. Now she rises with the current, where the living meet the lost. She became the light she reached for, no matter what it cost. And though she walks no longer, her journey carries on. A guardian in the force now, forever gentle, forever strong. She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone. A heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins.
There is no emotion, there is peace.
She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar.
There is no ignorance, there is knowledge.
She clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say. afraid the force might leave her, yet she reached it anyway. She stood beside her comrades, bound by trial, fear and flame, and in the threads of trust they wove, she found peace without a name.
There is no passion, there is serenity.
She said it with a trembling smile, still learning what it meant to be. But destiny is ruthless, and the moment came for strong. Now she rises with the current, where the living meet the lost. She became the light she reached for, no matter what it cost. And though she walks no longer, her journey carries on, a guardian in the force now, forever gentle, forever strong. She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone, a heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins.
There is no emotion, there is peace.
She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar.
There is no ignorance, there is knowledge.
She clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say, afraid the force might leave her, yet she reached it anyway. She stood beside her comrades, bound by trial, fear and flame, and in the threads of trust they wove, she found peace without a name.
There is no passion, there is serenity.
She said it with a trembling smile, still learning what it meant to be. But destiny is ruthless, and the moment came for strong. Now she rises with the currents, where the living meet the lost. She became the light she reached for, no matter what it cost. And though she walks no longer, her journey carries on. A guardian in the force now, forever gentle, forever strong. She walked through shadows softly, a child beneath a world of stone. A heartbeat colored quiet, always fearing she was alone. The cavern lights were fading, but she dreamed of skies above, and the force became a refuge when the world forgot her love. Taken from the darkness to a temple full of light, she learned to guard her spirit, though she never feared the fight. Her saber sang like water, her mercy eased all pain, and she carried silent questions like a whisper in her veins.
There is no emotion, there is peace.
She repeated it when trembling, though her heart still felt the crease. Every step she took was quiet, yet her courage shook the stars. Every wound she healed in others left another hidden scar.
There is no ignorance, there is knowledge.
She clung to this with steady breath, letting wisdom cut through fear. Now she drifts among the echoes, where the fallen find their voice. She is starlight in the silence, where the force becomes a choice. Though her body lies in memory, her spirit never truly gone. Crimson echoes guide the weary, her quiet strength still carries on. She flew through storms and fire, through doubt she'd never say, afraid the
All right, everyone here?
I am here.
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Just a little information. So what, I guess I'll just go over the summary of last session real quick here. So the last session, we actually saw the death of Oola Tann. I haven't changed their image yet here on our stream, but they will be introducing that character shortly today. And we also lost another party member, Cecile Kesvier. She left the party. Her character didn't die. She just happened to leave the party for her own narrative reasons. But pretty much what happened is they were investigating the ruins of an old Jedi listening outpost. They found that the Sith were occupying the space. Through their travels, they unearthed some information that was pertinent for the Jedi. They also found information about an impending attack. And then they met Lord, or rather Lady Aegis, who was a Sith, a very well-trained Sith, who fought both Kesfir, Oola Tann, and Nahele. It was a hard fought battle, but they did manage to win, with Nahele landing the final killing shot. But as they were retreating, Imperial soldiers converged in on their location and opened fire. Nahele and Carrick, with the support of Oola Tann, managed to fall back while Oola Tann held her position between her and her allies and paid the ultimate sacrifice that a hero can pay, and was sundered. Nahele and Carrick managed to get out of the facility with a holocron, as well as the information on both terminals. They were then later picked up by HX and Organa's house security via a transport. And that was just moments after getting a brief glimpse of Darth Vesperus, who was on the scene, but they'd managed to not run into that encounter, thankfully. Once back at the House Organa estates, they were reunited with Cecile, and that's where Cecile was learned about the fate of Oola Tann. She separated from the group for a while, and eventually ran into an old-faced Kaelin, and that's where Kaelin convinced Cecile to leave her life within the Republic and just run away with him to an unknown place and designation to get away from all the chaos that has followed her in her life. And during that process, Carrick reached out to his master, got to talk with Ormril, Nahele, HX, kind of were figuring out things there. HX gave the information to the House Organa, and that's pretty much the event. Nahele, HX, 70, and Carrick were kind of left, half the group that they were now, and we're advancing 2 days forward here. But instead of advancing directly to the ceremony, the funeral ceremony, you'll notice that I have Coruscant on the screen right now, and that's because I'm actually going to start 2 days ahead of the funeral. The reason for that is I figured, why not? We'll make it like one of those seasonal episodes where they do that 2-day skip and then they go back in time. Well, that's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to start the event actually with Beryl, one of our newest characters. So Beryl, you awaken in the barracks on board the Anointed, which is a Republic capital ship. Why don't you describe what your character looks like, and then I'll go from there.
Well, she's she looks like a cross between a smuggler and a mercenary, but she's actually a soldier. She has very nice complexion, a dark brown complexion, though the rims of her cheeks, the apples, are like a ruddy red from being outside a lot and being exposed to the natural forces in her young years. She's about between 25 and 28. She's not exactly sure. She's about 5'10". She has an athletic build. Let's see. Her eyes. Her eyes are an odd color. They're actually an orange, but they flicker sometimes as a gold. Depends on the lighting of that day and her mood. She always looks stern. Not unkind though, which can be an odd factor. Now, what her armor, instead of normal, regular, full body armor, she wears mostly leather, nice brown hues of different browns, her boots come up to her knees. She's got utility pack, other packs. Her chest plate is of a faded champagne color. It's got a lot of scars. Same with the pauldrons and the bracers that she wears. They all show wear and tear. You can see her battles etched on the armor itself. She also carries a blaster pistol and a blaster rifle. She's ready for battle almost instantaneously. And oh yes, and her hair is, instead of a honey blonde or a bleached blonde, she's actually halfway between there. It's nice long, usually kept up in a ponytail so that it fits neatly into a helmet if she happens to be wearing one.
Awesome. Yeah, and Beryl, the room that you're in is basically just your bunk. You know, it's you're in the barracks. You're in your own little room, but you have a roommate. But right now you're by yourself. You see the two beds. Each bed has a foot locker at the end of them. It's a simple decor, very fitting of someone who works for the Republic. And like I said, you're currently alone in this room. And then you do eventually hear just a soft rattling, rapping of knuckles against the outside of the door to your room. And you hear a voice. Sergeant Jamicia? Is it Jamika? Is it Jamiki? How do you say your name? Your last name?
Jamisha.
Jamisha.
Jamishi. I'm sorry. I can't even pronounce my own name.
Jamishi? I feel like you're missing a few vowels there.
Probably a C.
Sergeant Jamishi, it is Corporal Jazarel. I'm here to escort you to the hangar where we are to meet Captain Naman and Naman. Sorry, Naman. Yeah, Naman. Jeez, I don't know where I'm going on. Nam. Captain Nam and her droid HX-7T. General Kelsby requires our presence. Please acknowledge. And it kind of falls silence there for a moment.
I'll be out in just a moment.
Okay, take your time. She waits for you to leave.
Okay. Well, you can hear the rattling within the bunk room of her gathering her weapons and putting the metal armor on because she doesn't go anywhere without it. Coming out of the room, she'll have the pistol is holstered, the blaster rifle is strapped across her back, and she has a helmet under her left arm.
Okay. And you left the room, correct?
Yes, sorry.
No, it's all right. So as you leave the room, you see a private there. You see the corporal. And she looks at you and she just goes, you must have grabbed the attention of the brass for you to get a special audience with the general. Do you know what this is about?
I only know that I'm being reassigned. That is it.
Oh, well, reassignments usually don't happen in the hangar, but I guess everything's new, in wartime. Why don't you come along with me, and I'll at least walk you halfway there. I have to get to my own duties, but yeah, just chat for a little bit, Sergeant. I feel like you and I haven't spoken too much since we become roommates.
Well, what do you want to know?
Well, where are you from? Like, I feel like I don't even know where you're from. We've been roommates for like a couple weeks now, and you've just been busy. I get it, war. I get it, and I know that you're trying to work your way up the ranks. So I understand you're all formal now. You can't hang out with us grunts in the canteen anymore. But yeah, just tell me a little bit about yourself.
Well, actually, I don't even know where I was born. All I know is that I went from station to station, planet to planet with my father. My mother was not in the picture. I grew up a general's daughter. And then by the time I was 10, I was in military camp. Again, hopping from planet to planet depending on where he was stationed. And until I hit 18, where I became part of the Republic Army.
Really? So you didn't train on Syntax 2? She kind of points out the window towards the moon in orbit of Coruscant. Where most of us train.
I had some training there.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess that's something I just never heard or seen you before. So, and with you gone so much, I barely had you as a roommate, and now you're already moving on. Jeez. Sorry to be so informal with you, Sergeant. It's just I feel like we're just passing by each other. Didn't even have a
Well,
drink
that's
together.
life.
Guess so. Let you be. I'm gonna head out. Good luck, and yeah, Godspeed.
You too.
Thanks. She's young. She's like in her probably 19. She's about 19, 20 years old. Very informal. You can tell, but she's served enough that she's gotten an extra pip on her badge. So other than that, she's not as green as. I mean, she's much more green than you are, obviously, and she doesn't have as much experience. And with the war erupting, you've probably been in at least some light battles along the borders of the Sith and Republic uh, contested areas of the galaxy. You weren't part of Belkadan, you weren't part of any of those like initial onslaughts, but you probably served a few small little tours on a couple planets already. But your specific unit has been shipped to like a couple planets, and then you're being shipped back to Coruscant because they're actually distributing the units within your regiment to other divisions, and you're the only one within your specific regiment that is being kind of like handled with a little bit more care. And it's not something you can't. It's not something you can't notice. It's something that's easily and readily like it's strange. So you definitely pick up the fact that you've kind of been singled out, especially in your squad within that regiment. It's like only you are being reassigned in this unique way. It's not something that you've looked over or glossed over. So are on the capital ship, so you are walking down corridors of nice warm hues. It's a very sterile environment. Obviously, it has to be because you're in space, and it is a military, uh, you know, construct. So it's definitely very organized, very orderly. I mean, you do see armored soldiers walking by occasionally, probably doing patrols because it is a massive ship. You're talking about 20,000 crew members are on this ship alone. You see a couple officers once in a while, and you probably salute along the way. Unless you don't, that's up to you. But you also see like medical personnel occasionally. You see a mouse droid once in a while. You see just what you normally would see on a Republic vessel like this. Working operations of a ship this size is like a small village, or it's actually a small city. Um, is there anything you want to do specifically as you're on your way to the hangar?
No, she's just going to walk her normal soldier strut almost. She's very no nonsense. She doesn't. She just goes from one tactical mission to another usually. So she's just looking around, taking it all in. Of course, in her mind, she's wondering what the heck is going on this time. If it's got anything to do with her father or whether it's just normal. Um, reassignment for her.
And that's actually where we're going to stop your little introduction scene. And we're going to go to the planet of Coruscant. So your ship is above Coruscant. And now we're kind of like the camera's going out the ship into space and down towards the planet. And it actually focuses in on the Jedi Temple. And it peers through the small window of a little Padawan who has just awoken in her quiet chambers. There's a simple bed here. That window that I described looks out towards Coruscant. There's a nice warm sunrise. It's very modest in appearance, and there might be some personal effects that Hallie would have included that would also be present within this room. So I'm going to have Hallie now describe her character.
Yes. So Holly is a Jedi Padawan. She's about 15 years old. She is a Chiss, so she has blue gray skin, and her eyes are red pupilless eyes, as notable for her race. She's got long black hair that she usually has tied back, especially when she is focused on something. Very rarely does she have her hair free flowing. It would be a very personal moment if her hair's down. Um, she is a slim and tall uh, Jedi Padawan. She's but that I guess it's best to say she's slim and tall, but her size and her, build is not something that people will basically she's not one to be underestimated. She is, I guess the best way to describe her is like a tree. She stands her ground, she stands firm. She's very much she's very fitting within the Jedi Order, especially as she's following a path of the Guardian more as a protector. And so she makes very deliberate movements. She speaks in a very short form, but when she does speak, she speaks very clear and to the point. She doesn't go off in monologues or really deal well with, trying to persuade people or try to convince people to go to one side or another. She's just there to stand as, more of a bearer of the truth and the facts and what is real and what is false. And she's been in the Jedi Order for the last 5 years. Um, and she's been training as a Padawan all this time. Very recently, there's been a shift in that as her master was killed. So now she's in this place where she's waiting for what comes next while also dealing with the grief of losing her master that she's known since she, became a Padawan. Um, and that's just a little bit of Holly.
And is there any personal effects that would have been in your little Padawan chamber?
She is very simple. So she does not have a lot of things that she holds close to her. Um, Other than her training saber and her very, simple Padawan robes, she doesn't really hold on to anything particular. Her upbringing and how she was brought to the order, she didn't really have anything to bring with her, or that she would bring from where she was brought up. She really didn't have a relationship with any family or anyone. So no, her room is basically, if she left that room, it would look almost the same as the day when she arrived.
Awesome. And are you getting dressed for the day, or are you gonna kind of just like, just mull a bit?
At this time, Holly is in her room, and she is in. She's actually sitting um, beside her bed, and she's on the floor, and she's meditating or she's trying to meditate, trying to find her center, and keep herself in a very calm state as she waits for what's next.
Okay. And you actually do hear a knock on your door as well, and you hear someone just call out, "Hallie, are you awake yet?" It's a young male voice.
Holly keeps her eyes closed, and she just simply says, "Yes, I am here."
Yeah, it's the learner Tar. Can you open up? It's kind of weird talking to a door.
Holly, uh, Holly would slowly open her eyes and then move toward the door. And she would just go to open it.
Yeah, you see a small. He's probably about the same height as you, actually. You see a Rhodian. He's got bluish green skin, those big Orbis eyes, and he's got like beads instead of like a Padawan braid that's connected to the back of. It's kind of like looped around his forehead, behind his ears, and then down. It's kind of like a, you know, bound by leather with a few beads on the that are attached, and each bead represents some sort of virtuous growth within his progress. And you know him briefly. You've seen him in a few classes, but he's not been yet assigned, and he's probably 2 or 3 years younger than you. So these classes that you were in were probably ones that you were finishing up your learning process before you were assigned to your previous master. And he looks at you and says, "I'm sorry to bother you. I know it's early, but the council requires your presence. I wouldn't keep him waiting. It does sound like it's pretty serious."
Holly's at that mention would just go to move through the door, and she just nod and say, "Then I will not wait."
All right. I mean, you could tell me what you did. Kind of like follows you a little bit down the hall.
Holly, Holly really doesn't say much to him. She just continues to walk.
Oh, you're always not talkative. You're no fun. You really should get yourself involved with us. I mean, you are a Jedi.
Holly kind of stops, and she looks over to this younger Padawan and just says, "Yes, I am, as are you, and I am honored to be here, as are you, and I shall meet with the council as expected of me." And she just then continues walking.
Okay. Well, as I say to you, I hope the force is with you. He giggles and he runs off down to catch the other younglings that are down the other end of the hallway. Kind of mocks you a
And
little bit.
Holly says under her breath as she's walking, she's like, "May the force be with you, Padawan."
So you're on your way to the council. Ula's on the way to the hangar. Is there anything you want to do specifically in this moment as you're walking down the hallway before I shift to 2 days before?
All Holly is doing as she's walking is she's just thinking. She's her mind has been going places that she doesn't necessarily feel comfortable with, and thinking about her former master, because it's still very recent for her, his loss. So she kind of knows what is next, but she's also kind of like, um, part of her is a little bit reluctant to see the next chapter, because she felt very comfortable and comforted with her previous master. So she's kind of got some reluctance as she moves forward toward the council chamber to hear what the next path is for her.
Okay, sounds great. Mind yourselves. I have to get used to your names, Brill and Hallie. These moments, because we're gonna probably pan back to you. momentarily. Get something up here. Okay, so now we go 2 days into the past, and a funeral pyre rests at the heart of a small island, cradled by a vast, still lake whose waters reflect the pale blue of Alderon's sky, like polished glass. Time-worn stone pillars rise from the island's soil, broken and incomplete, yet dignified in their ruined remnants of an age when the world sang openly of peace. Slender trees grow among them, their leaves stirring softly in the breeze, as though the land itself breathes in quiet reverence. At the island's center stands the pyre, crafted of pale Alderanian stone and polished wood. Its design simple and deliberate. It's not raised high, but set close to the ground, honoring humility over grandeur. Soft banners bearing the sigils of the Jedi Order hang between two fallen columns, their fabric catching the light as the wind passes through, carrying the faint scent of water, stone, and flowing grass. Jedi already are gathered in a silent circle around the pyre. Robes of earth-toned browns, creams, and muted greens blending with the landscape. Some stand with hands folded within their sleeves, others with their eyes closed in meditation, all united in the stillness. Standing forward, as you, Niela, and HX are approaching this pyre with probably a little small entourage of Alderanian, specifically Organa, like envoys that's accompanying the diplomat, who's also attending the funeral with you. You see Carrick. He's standing closer to the pyre. It's not lit yet, and
Neela would kind of reference where the Organa envoy is and keep a respectful distance, close enough but not intrusive.
Off to the side, out of the way, not really looking to be in the spotlight whatsoever.
okay. And it's here too that it's here though that you watch. For you, Neil, you've seen this Jedi quite often, and HK've seen him at least in holographic
Yes.
images.
HX, please.
Sorry, HX, and he's seen him in person once on Dantooine. But you guys see Jedi Master Ormro Vomori. He steps forward. He's got a calm presence about him, wearing heavy brown Jedi robes, and underneath he's got a lighter tan Jedi attire. He's got the gi on, and underneath that he's got the under coverage. He's got the leather boots on. He's got the leather gloves on. He's got the whole Jedi look going on right now. And his Leiku are kind of pressed against his chest over his shoulders. And he's a yellow Twi'lek, no markings, no visible markings, and he's got those like slightly copper flecked eyes. And I guess while I'm describing everyone too, the Organas, they're kind of clad in elegant whites, soft blues. Their attires refined yet restrained. They definitely don't stand apart though. They're kind of like clustered together as well. So, which is awesome. While we're doing descriptions, if you want to describe what you're wearing, Nahele, I'll get into what Ormro Vomori is going to say shortly. But I figure I'd let you paint your character here in this moment for everyone else.
Nahele would be wearing her Republic uniform. She looks a lot different than she has in the past when anyone has seen her before. It's a white uniform, fitted tunic jacket with her rank insignia on the front and blue accents on the seams. She has a black belt secured around her waist and black boots and black gloves that she has her hands clasped in front of her. And she's just standing very solemnly, not really looking around at anyone in particular, just kind of eyes on the funeral pyre, just listening and watching.
Yeah, you watch a small child. I don't know. Would Nahele know what a Padawan rank is?
Nahele doesn't have a lot of experience with Jedi ranks. The only time would be when she was in the temple with Oola on Coruscant and they ran into the child there. If they looked similar, then she would recognize that, but she probably wouldn't understand the various ranks.
We'll just say you see like a youngling, very much dressed like a little Jedi, and he has a torch in his hand, and he offers it to Ormro Vomori, who does take the torch in hand. It is lit at the top. Takes it in his right hand, and he begins to speak. Today we are gathered beneath the skies of Alderaan to remember the life in which Jedi Knight Oola Tann devoted herself. Her presence was luminous and unwavering. She held fast to the convictions of the Force, and in doing so became a clear reminder of the virtues we, as Jedi, must also hold close. Though her physical form is no longer among us, she is not lost to the rhythm of the Force. She has returned to its brilliant light, once more part of its great chorus. As the Force binds us, brings us together, and carries us forward, even in death we are not truly gone. Oola Tann was still a young girl when she became my Padawan, quiet, yet constant, a steady beacon among a sea of curious learners. She was fierce in her loyalty, insatiable in her care for those she called friends. And even though she did not know well, she never regarded as lesser. She placed herself between chaos and harmony without hesitation, regardless of the risk such a choice demanded. Pain reminds us that we yet live within the physical world, but it must not become the weight that anchors us in sorrow. She would not wish that for us. And as Jedi, we do not surrender to it. We will move forward. We will remember. We will understand this truth. She is not truly dead. Let her passing not be in vain. For the Jedi Code teaches us there is no death, there is the Force. Through it, she watches still, present, within this enduring harmony. There are those among us who remained beside her until the final moments of her physical journey, those who witnessed her bravery, her resolve, and the sacrifice she chose to make so that others might live. Now, let us hold a moment of silence, honoring the deeds she accomplished in life and the form she has taken beyond it. This is where the crowd, already silent, remains silent, and you all can hear the flickering of the fire upon the torch's head, and you watch this Jedi Master step forward, and with a very sad and expression and motion to his movement, you watch him put the head of the torch against the pyre, and the pyre just ignites into flame and fire. It's not as large as you would expect. It's a very controlled flame, but it's warm. You can feel the warmth coming from it. And he steps back, just kind of gently, just holding on to that torch, and his eyes never leave that pyre, as if that pyre represents Oola's physical form. The form that no one could rescue from her fate. Her body's not here on the pyre. It's left in that cold cave, or who knows where. But this is all they have, is this pyre to represent her. And he, as he steps back, silence follows the area for about 2 to 3 minutes, but it probably felt like 5 to 10 for those who were closest to Oola. A lot of thought, a lot of reverie, a lot of memories probably passing through many people's mind here in this moment. And if anyone was to look on the Jedi Master, they would notice, even though he is seasoned and experienced and has all his faculties when it comes to controlling his emotions, his face looks exhausted, tired, and beaten. Whether it's from the war that's erupting around the galaxy, or whether it's this moment that he's been dreading since finding out that Oola's passed, and probably on his long trip here, he's probably been thinking about this for a bit. But the silence eventually gets broken as the Jedi Master looks amongst the crowd, and he says, "Is there any among us that would like to share some words, some memories of the former of our friend that has now joined the luminous body of the Force? Speak now, or forever hold your peace." As we now close this chapter and get ready to open the next chapter, he steps back and he allows anyone to step forward if they so choose.
Nahele would take a deep breath before stepping forward and trying to collect herself to the point where she feels she can speak with enough volume and steady enough to be heard. And then she'd look around. She'd look at Master Momori. She'd look at Carrick, who she'd been very worried about these past few days, and not really recognizing anyone else. She would just kind of talk to the others. She would say, I met Oola Tann on Caravel several years ago, and I had the privilege of working with her then and a few times since. My time with her was too short, but I know I'm lucky to have known her. I will always remember her smile, her laugh, the way she brightened a place just by being there, the way she could comfort you with just a touch. And Mila has to collect herself again. I will miss seeing her. I will miss being able to talk things through with her. But mostly, I will miss the chance to get to know her better. She's taken from us too soon. And she pauses, and she moves closer to the pyre, and softly she'd say, "Goodbye, my friend," and then step back.
And then a moment passes, and then House Organa's ambassador just steps forward and says, "I'm usually a man of many words, and yet I find myself fallen silent. I only knew of this Jedi briefly with my encounters with her, but any soldier, any Jedi, anybody who loses their life in the service of others deserves our respect. They deserve our love. And wherever Oola's spirit goes, House Organa will remember the sacrifice she made here. And we only hope that we can live up to the standards that she has set for us, and for hopefully the other noble houses who may not have yet heard of her heroic deed. Oola Tann, I am sorry that I did not get to know you very well, but may the Force be with you and those who loved you." And he bows his head and steps back into the crowd. And it's here that the Jedi just remain silent. House Organa representative kind of nods to his entourage as they take their leave, and a Republic soldier actually walks up to you, Nahele, and goes, "Ma'am, I'm sorry to interrupt you during the ceremony, but we would like to escort you back to the shuttle and make departure to Coruscant as soon as we can."
Nahele takes a moment, and then turns and nods. She understands, things can't wait. There's a war out there. So she says, I'll just need to collect my things, and I'll be ready.
Your things have been collected, ma'am. Under orders of General Tazband, we were informed that we should get everything ready and prepared for you. He felt it would be inappropriate to have you gather your own things while you should be taking a moment to grieve the loss of your comrade. I hope you don't mind that we did that for you.
Of course, not at all. That was very thoughtful. And she looks around and back and said, "Yes, I'm ready to go."
And will your droid be joining us on our journey back to Coruscant?
Well, let me go ask him.
Okay.
So
Soldier looks a little confused that you're asking because he assumes it's your droid, so he's like, "Oh, it's weird," but okay.
I'll just nod to her.
all right, yes, he'll be joining us.
Very well. We'll make extra room for him in the cargo. Well, I guess we should be going. And he's in full Republic soldier armor. It's white with a blue stripe that goes from the beginning, kind of like at the end of his neck, down his shoulder, along his arm, almost right to the bracers themselves. And they all look very uniformed, and they kind of form like a square around you, almost protective wise. Not that they're expecting danger, but you're the captain, and you're not armed in the way they are. So they're taking more a posture around you. Probably a little more ceremonial too in this moment. It's very organized, very rigid, very. There's a beauty to their discipline in this moment, with the Jedi, doing their own ceremonial, like lowering the head and kind of falling into like a silent meditative state. But you watch also accompanying you, kind of flanking the little formation you're in. You see two soldiers walking with the Jedi Master that just spoke. And even though he looks exhausted, he knows he has work to do too. And he looks over to you, Niela and HX, and he says, "Well, it looks like I will be accompanying you on your trip to Coruscant. I look forward to speaking with you both in greater length."
Niala nods and says, "Yes, I look forward to it. It's good to see you again, Master Pomori, even though it's under these circumstances."
It is. I know that you guys are all accustomed to young Maze joining you, but he'll join you shortly thereafter. He has a small assignment here on Alderaan to just finish up, but he should be accompanying you before anything formal happens off of Coruscant. So I do hope you understand that he might not be here with you in this moment, but he will be present for you shortly thereafter.
Upon hearing that Carrick will not be with them on the ship, Niala looks concerned, but nods. It's not something she has any control over, but she is worried about him, and it's probably evident in her face.
The Jedi Master, who is exhausted, and it's probably not just because of the passing of his former Padawan, but it's a lot of things. And he actually kind of gives a half chuckle in the moment because he sees your face. He's like, "Don't worry, he's fine. He just has some final paperwork to do and a few things to discuss with House Organa regarding the information that we obtained. We're trying to be diplomatic about taking any information into our own record. It has that regarding the force signatures that you guys detected in the computer system. It's regarding that. So don't. It's nothing dangerous, I promise."
Niala sighs, a little relieved, and says, "Yes, thank you. That's good to know. We'll see him after then."
Oh, and this was a question that the High Command of the Republic wanted to ask, but I suppose I'll ask you since you were closest to her. Do you know what happened to the ambassador or the representative that you were accompanying?
Ambassador Kesvir, is that who you're inquiring about?
Yes.
Yes, I believe she chose to go her own way after our mission. She did leave a letter. I believe she's safe and moving in a direction that she's chosen for once.
I see. Well, the Force works in mysterious ways, and I hope the representative, good fortune, and, well, happier times. He smiles very kind of weakly a bit, and as he gets on board the shuttle, walking up the ramp, and the two guards kind of fall back as the Jedi Master gets on, and he kind of walks towards the forwardmost part of this like back half of the shuttle, and he just sits down, hands cupped up, and his head kind of lowers as he almost goes right into like another meditative state, most likely emptying his emotions to gain balance in the moment. But yeah.
Out of character, just a quick question. Is the ship we're on the one we came here to Alderaan on, or is it a different shuttle?
It's a different shuttle. You can see the ship that you came here on, but it looks like if you look from a distance, because I won't have you roll this, because that ship is very noticeable. It's very red. When you look over there, you can see that there's already Jedi there. They must be reclaiming the ship in the whole process of everything.
All right, and do I need to ask about our belongings that were on the ship, or was it clear that they had gathered those as well when they gathered our things?
It probably wasn't that clear.
Okay, so once we get to the shuttle, Aniela would turn to one of the soldiers that's been accompanying her and ask about the items that she had left on the previous ship, including the medical droid that she had brought with her.
Oh, yes, ma'am. We did unload the ship of any personal belongings. They are in the undercarriage of the shuttle. We will put them in your personal quarters when we do arrive.
Thank you. I do appreciate your help. Thank you.
Of course, ma'am. So would you like to kind of sit? Where would you like to sit? Would you like to sit towards the front, towards this? Because they're side seats, so it's the front would be like towards the, the forward part of the cockpit, or you can sit towards the rear where the ramp kind of lowers up and down.
So is it like seats that are facing each other on either side of the ship?
Yep, yep. There's one row on the left, one row on the right, and then the middle is like it's clear of debris and stuff. There might be like netting, like kind of like a netting on the top where there's like other types of gears, stored, but it's not necessarily your gear. It looks like it's more like gear that they need to have access to in the case of an emergency or some sort of action that they have to take promptly.
Okay. Neela would move forward and sit across from Master Bramori, close enough to have a conversation, but not so close that she'd feel she was interrupting him because he seems to be resting or thinking, and she doesn't want to intrude.
Okay. And where would you like to sit, HX? The Republic are trying to get you kind of like fastened, not in a seat, but like against the wall, because you do see other types of droids. There's like two other droids that are kind of like fastened to the wall, and they're trying to do that with you right now.
When Neela sees that, she would turn to the people with her and say, "That's not necessary. He does not need to be held in any way."
Oh, yes, ma'am. Would you like him to
Head,
sit?
head snaps to the side. Mm,
Uh,
we'll move to the front.
he can choose his own seat. There's no need to restrain him in any way.
Yeah, the two Republic soldiers look at each other and they just look at you and salute and go, "Yes, ma'am." And they kind of just take seats towards the back of the ship, towards the ramp. So, sitting close to Niella, HX, then, or are you going to be on the other side where?
I'm going to go to the very front on the right side.
Okay, next to the Jedi Master.
Sure.
Okay. All right. So once you guys are all on board, the shuttle's ramp closes by moving up, and you hear that hissing of air as the compartment decompresses, and then the shuttle starts to slowly rise. The soldiers are talking amongst themselves. It's mostly murmurs. It's mostly like soldier jargon, talking about the last drink they had or the last shore leave they had, or they don't seem to be talking about battles. This is like soldiers just being soldiers on a trip. It's their way of unwinding. It's their way of getting some of their stresses out is by bullshitting. Is the best way I could put it. They're just talking about tall tales about what life was like before the war. They're talking about their wives, their husbands. Some of them are talking about their kids. Some of them are just talking about when they're going to get their next drink. It's various conversations that are going on around you. But it is clear that the one individual who is not engaging in the conversation is definitely the Jedi Master. He's very quiet. His eyes are shut during all of this. His hands are kind of tucked into the sleeves. Probably the fingers are wrapped and interlocking each other. And his head is lowered and doesn't seem to be paying any mind to all the commotion going on around you. Is there anything either of you would like to do on your trip to Coruscant?
Neela is spending this time half listening to the soldiers' conversations. She's finding that it's helping her, she feels like she's kind of been disassociated from everything and in kind of a darker place, grieving and processing everything that had happened on Alderaan. And so listening to the soldiers reminds her that there are all these other things, other good things out there, families and friends and fun and conversation. And it's not all war and Sith and the next thing around the corner could just completely change your life. So this is helping her to process some more because she spent the last few days kind of more to herself and not really interacting with many people.
HX.
I'm gonna plug into the nets and start trying to find new jobs and just different things that are happening on the net with the more of the war. Try to get a general overlay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and roll a computers check for me. It'll be just standard difficulty of 2.
Wait, my sheet looks weird.
Oh.
There's a green arrow, a green dice on it.
Dice. Oh, well, just remember that's supposed to be a purple.
Yeah, that's weird. I wonder why the sheet changed.
Like something with the
Yeah.
code. Oh, nice. Wow. It's insane. You have all those positive things and you only get 1 success. That's nuts to
3
me.
full blanks. Wow.
I know. So, from what you hear on the net, I'll just kind of generalize because this is a broad topic. I will say that you learn that the war is not going well. You learn that the Mandalorians have joined the Sith. They're actually the spearhead of why the blockade is so successful. It looks like Mandalorians have aligned themselves with them. They're creating the blockade on the Hydaelyn Way. They're preventing Republic supply ships to getting into the Outer Rim, which is cutting the Republic off in that way. So the Sith have taken over a large swath of the Outer Rim, as well as portions of the Mid Rim. You also hear dire news that while the Sith can't push anymore, the Republic seems to be holding the line, and they did just get their first victory out of probably 20 major conflicts now. They seem to be really focusing on that victory, and it's easy to discern like they're trying to build up some sort of morale for the troops or for the citizenry, because having so many losses can be demoralizing, and they're trying to use that one victory as a beacon of hope. But they did say that a Jedi Master had lost his life amongst about 200 to 300 soldiers just holding the line. They do speak highly of this Jedi Master, which is rare especially on the Republic news network. Usually they tear down the Jedi, but this one Jedi seemed to have gotten some highlights because of his association with the Republic soldiers. He seemed to have, been in the trenches with them quite a bit, and while it was a major victory, one of the first victories of the battle, it was also came at a very high cost. And they're kind of going over like a memorial. They're giving a list of several different names, very different species within the soldiers' ranks. It sounds very depressing, but it also sounds, the way they're turning it and twisting it is they're trying to make it like, hey, these 100 to 300 soldiers sacrificed their lives along with this Jedi Master, and we all need to do our part. Get out there, join the Republic army, and blah blah blah. It's a lot of that kind of pandering right now in the network, but you can see visually with the information that you got that the war is not in the Republic's favor right now. The Republic is holding the line now, but that line has been pushed back a lot. But that also might speak slightly that the Sith might be stretched thin now, or at least more thin than initially, because when they had their first onslaught into space, you guys were there. You saw what happened to Belkadan, and that happened to a lot of worlds when they first appeared. They just blitzkrieg. But now that blitzkrieg's starting to slow down, and now their resources have to be kind of managed, like the Republic's in some fashion and form. But yeah, came with a loss. You also know that there is a lot of smuggler activity going on. They're actually, actually, I will get you a name. Actually, while we're got this pulled up, grab that name real quick. All right, it's in my notes. I think I would be prepared for that. You also hear about a smuggler called Hylo Riz. Apparently, she has been fighting against the Sith with a band of other mercenaries outside of the Republic, and she has actually seen more victories in the Republic with their small skirmishes against the Sith. And they speak of her and her mercenaries like she's some champion of the Republic, like some Robin Hood of, or like, I don't know, other legendary historic figures that you can think of in our world. They're kind of speaking her up like that. Like but others in that same broadcast are also talking about her being more of an opportunistic. Like she's taking advantage of this war by manipulating her profession in a way to like shine in the moment so she gains favor in case things go bad for her in the future. And then there's just back and forth. Like some are praising her, and other side of the table is kind of like saying that she has an alternative motive. Whatever it is, she's winning. She's seen a lot more victories against the Sith than even the Republic have at this time. So that's pretty much it. That's pretty much the rundown of what you've gotten so far.
Okay, I'll put it on a deck and then take all the data that I pulled and make infographics of how we're winning, how we're losing versus winning, and just show it to the master with the rolling of the dead highlighted by that Jedi master.
Are you showing Ormril this?
Yes.
He looks up at you for a moment and at the data pad, and he just gives you a nod. He says, I appreciate that. We are aware of the situation, though, but I'm glad that you are well informed. What is your protocols, droid? I never could figure that out back on Kervala. What's your purpose?
I'm here to provide data.
Even back then? You must have a protocol.
I'll make one up. That's probably my old one, with a mix of more AI.
Kind of gives that. He gives a very thoughtful thing because he looks at you long, but he doesn't say anything in this moment. But you can see, I don't know how HX would read an expression, but if he can read them to a degree, he could sense that this Jedi has heard a lot of your exploits, and he doesn't seem completely convinced about your original protocol that you gave them back on Caravel.
Yeah, he told me that in previous conversation. He knows what I am.
Yeah, he's just, he wants to know specifically what your protocol is, your real protocol. Like he's trying to reach here in this moment.
He can reach as far as he wants. He's never getting it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. If you need anything else on our trip to Coruscant, let me know. In the meantime, I will be meditating.
I'll do the same, just lock in and go surf the net and try to set up opportunities elsewhere in the network.
Let you roll a computers check, and this is just for me to know how I can present those opportunities for you in the future. See if
That tracks.
Yeah,
Just standard difficulty.
yeah.
2 green dice.
And the more successes you get, the more opportunities I'll list to you. Okay. Perfect.
Still blanks.
You got 2, so that's good. I'll get you 2 opportunities.
That'll work. Yeah, the ongoing effort.
And while the Jedi Master kind of got broke out of the meditation, he does look over to you, Nahele, before he goes back. He kind of was about to, but then he took a moment to let a thought pass. And he goes, Nahele Nam, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How are you holding up?
Neela's doesn't feel like she has to put on a brave face in this situation, so she'll be honest and say, it's been a rough few days. The nights are hard, but I'm getting through it, and I'll be okay.
You know, everyone sees a Jedi and they think that we don't have emotion because of our creed and our mantra, but it's been hard on me too. Losing Oola was like losing a child in some ways. I'm older, I suppose, and the experience of being a Jedi has certainly tempered me for these occasions. It doesn't make it any easier, but I wish I could provide you consoling words other than just being honest with, my own struggle with this moment. But time passes and we don't forget those we lost, but we leave them as lingering memories so we can keep going. I think that's part of life, is learning to find the means to press on. And you'll find that. I know you will, Captain.
I appreciate that, Master, and I appreciate your kind words, and I hope that you can reconcile this as well. I'm sure you can, but still, death is hard. It's hard to process, and we shouldn't have to do it alone.
Because in a military shuttle, this doesn't have it doesn't have portholes to the outside. It's definitely built for structure, for function, probably for dropping soldiers off. So it's not really meant to be a viewport. And he's like, if you could look out into deep space now, I would tell you poetically that even in death, Oola Tann is not truly dead. I know it's hard to probably wrap your head around it, but the Force is something that tethers us all together. It's something that flows through us like water flowing through a valley, or like the stars. They're constant. They're providing light, but that light is traveling. What we're seeing is in the past of what was projected by that star. These are symbolic gestures of the Force, and in death, we all become part of that harmonious, symbiotic relationship with the cosmos, with everything. The wind, the water, us. She's with you still, and she's not. It's hard to explain. Us Jedi, we just simply say it's the Force, and we give you this long-winded explanation of it like I'm doing now, but it is the truth. As hard as that seems to believe that's the truth, that is the truth. She's here, even though she's not. He has this confused expression, like he's trying to explain this, but he's trying to explain it as a Jedi would to someone who's not a Jedi, and it's complex for him because he doesn't really do this too often. It's you could tell he's struggling to try to simplify it. He's like, I suppose what I can recommend, if you'd like, my door is open at the temple. If once you're done your business, and perhaps we can discuss this in a more formal or less formal setting where I can actually give you examples that might have more meaning, or at least show you something visual, because it's hard for me to explain how I am able to cope in this moment, even though I'm struggling with the memories of what she gave me. I'm still able to move forward and not let despair consume me. I wish I could explain that verbally with you as clearly as I can think it. But my doors are open to you, and I would love, if you'd like, to come and discuss this with me in greater depth.
I appreciate that, and I will take you up on your offer when you have time, when I can schedule something. But I also want to say that your words make more sense to me than I think you realize. Where I'm from, we have a deep association with our moon, and in death, we believe those we've lost are once again a part of our moon, that we have a way of, it's hard to explain as well, but we have a way of communicating, or at least receiving information from our planet. It's difficult to explain, I suppose, our beliefs, but I feel like it does give me a reference to what you're saying with regards to the Force and the cosmos and those that we've lost still being with us. I think what I'm struggling with now is all the things that could have been, and also the trauma of her passing. But I it does resonate with me that she is still not, she's still out there in some ephemeral way, even if I can't see or speak to her. I feel that too.
Before I fall silent on you here, Nahele, because there's a lot that I must clear from my mind, I suppose the parting words I can give you here in this moment is the Force teaches us this, and he kind of expresses with his hands a little bit when he talks. Death is not an ending. It's a stillness before reintegration. To resist it is to cling to the cold surface, fearing the dark. To accept it is to understand that even in silence, the Force endures, unbroken, patient, and eternal. She's out there, and she's not resisting the flow of the Force. I imagine she's very much accepting it, letting the Force endure her presence amongst the others that have joined her before and now after. And she's unbroken. I bet she's as patient as she was when she was alive. He smiles, and then he says, and if it brings you any comfort, she's there eternally, amongst brothers, sisters, friends, people she haven't met yet. All part of that crimson, that luminous light that ripples across the great cosmos like a ribbon. I'm sure she would be very happy to know that she is in your thoughts. And I think for her, that would be enough. knowing that there were people that loved her for who she was and will continue to love her thereafter.
Neela smiles kind of wistfully, like at the thought of Oola being out there. And thanks, Master Vamori, for talking with her about this. And then leaves him to go back to his meditations if he were so to choose, because she can see the wariness on his face and doesn't want to take up too much of his time.
And he does just that. He actually lowers his head. You watch his leg kind of lower on his chest because he's sitting, and he just falls into meditative state. And while you guys were talking, and while HX was probably observing or looking at his data pad, all the soldiers in this shuttle are still talking about all their BS stuff about their daily lives, about I can't wait to go to Coruscant and gamble away my earnings and go rent out the most expensive hotel. And you hear a bunch of random things like that, and then you hear others who have a little more adorable things like, I can't wait till I get home and hug my wife and my daughter. And then another replies like, oh, I can't wait to see my husband and how my little one's faring. And you hear one make a joke. Your little one? You mean your pet? Oh yes, dogs. Dogs are little children. And the men are like, oh my god. They're just picking on her now a little bit because soldiers like to rag on each other, and it's just that kind of environment all the way pretty much to Coruscant. As you get closer to Coruscant, they tend to get a little more quieter because they know that they still have to check in. They still have to finish some maybe duty roster work and other tasks related to their jobs, but they know after that they can let loose. So they're kind of getting back into that serious professionalism as they get closer to Coruscant. But as you guys arrive, you guys actually see a large capital ship hovering over Coruscant. You see a lot of other ships like Thantra class Republic ships. They kind of look like hammerheads, except inverted. So the head part is up and down instead of left and right. And they got 4 engines on the back, and they're kind of narrow and sleek in design, and they're all painted red and gold, or yellow rather. And your shuttle is actually heading towards the big capital ship, and it lands into one of the hangars. The ramp lowers, soldiers get off first, then the Jedi Master, and then that just leaves you, Nahele, and HX-7T on board.
Nahele would get up, and before she makes her way out following the soldiers and the Jedi, she'd look over to HX and just check to see he realized that they'd landed and was preparing to get off the ship.
Snap awake, and then stand up and start moving out.
As you guys leave the shuttle and go down the boarding ramp, you see at the end of that ramp, you do see General Tanzan Calsby, the general that you guys met before you went to Alderaan. His uniform is pristine. It's pressed to regulations, right? Regulated perfection. It's a slate gray fabric, unembellished and sharply tailored. You see rank pips gleamed on his collar, fully displayed without ostentation, and a small Republic cap rests squarely upon his head. His hands were ungloved, clasped briefly before his back, and his dark leather boots struck the deck with a measured certainty as he stepped forward to meet the two of you as you arrived. There's no haste in his movement, no softness unbecoming of his command. Instead, he carries a quiet gravity of one who has borne loss before, and he understands its weight. His gaze passes over to you with a respectful acknowledgement, kind of soldier to soldier here, Niela, in the moment. Servant to the Republic. And he says, "Welcome back to Coruscant." His voice is steady, clear, deliberate. "I must offer my condolences for the loss you endured on Alderaan. Losing someone in the line of duty is never easy, no matter how many times one is forced to endure it." He inclines his head slightly, a gesture small but sincere.
Neela nods and thanks the general, but otherwise very quiet.
"I wish I wanted to greet you personally," he continued, "rather than begin matters with duty alone. To do otherwise, I feel, would show a lack of empathy unworthy of this uniform. There will be a time to grieve, but first, there are responsibilities that require your attention, Captain Nam." He turned, gesturing towards the interior of the ship. You see where he's gesturing. It's like the entrance to this hangar bay. He goes with that. He kind of pivots crisply on his heels, and he kind of starts to stride towards that exit. And you can hear one of the soldiers kind of step forward and goes, "If you will, Captain Na, and HX7T, please follow us." And the two soldiers also flank the general.
Neela would nod at the soldier and say, "Of course," and get into line to follow them.
Fall in line.
As you walk out of the hangar and down the corridor, you guys see soldiers walking past this clean, sterile environment of the ship's interior. You see recessed lights. There's no lights that hang down or anything. It's very clean, very sleek in design. The walls are that warm, gentle brown and whites. Some form of shades of yellow, but they all seem to blend in very nicely together. And eventually, you guys are led to a chamber. The door opens, the general walks in. The two guards stand outside the door on both sides. And when you walk in, you notice that this chamber is spacious. It's deliberately uncluttered. It's designed for function rather than comfort, though it does possess a quiet dignity. The walls are paneled in muted durasteel and brushed alloy, broken by vertical Republic banners whose deep crimson and white stand in solemn contrast to the ship's gray interior. A large viewport dominates one side of the room, revealing Coruscant's orbital traffic and the distant curve of the planet below, the steady movement of the ships passing like silent sentinels beyond the glass. At the center rests a broad, angular desk of dark composited material. Its surface is immaculate. A single Republic insignia is set into its face, so kind of like on the face of the desk, currently dormant alongside neatly arranged data slats and a small, well-worn stylus tools of command rather than symbols of power. Behind the desk stands a low weapons rack containing ceremonial blaster and an officer's sidearm, both secured and meticulously maintained. Nearby, a framed star chart displays several key systems of the core worlds. You also notice, and HX probably instantly notices because of his research on the shuttle, that this star chart actually is a digital representation of the current war efforts. And you notice that half of the galaxy is in red, and the Republic represents blue, and you notice that it's getting closer and closer to like the borders of like Alderaan, Corellia. It's getting towards the mid-rim from the direction of Korriban, which is in the outer rim where the Sith initiated their attacks. You do see a chair on that side where the general does go to sit down, and there's on the opposite side of him where the facing of the Republic's insignia is, there's two other chairs that face in his direction. As he sits down, he looks at you all and just kind of motions to the two empty seats in front of him.
Neela would go and take the left seat and sit down kind of looking over at the star chart.
HX will stand behind the chair, holding on the back of it, looking at the chart.
He goes into it and is like, Captain, HX, I'll just get into it. We'll get into discussion about Alderaan first. I'd like you to know that we will be maintaining observation of Alderaan. We'll be offering support to House Organa wherever we can. He looks to you, HX, performed admirably. The data streams you secured are already proving valuable. I have our best analysts in the field combing through the information as we speak, and we will continue to monitor the feeds closely. The general then turns to you, Nahele, his expression firm but tentative. As for the intelligence you uncovered regarding the Jedi Temple listed as a potential target, we suspected an attack on Coruscant would eventually be orchestrated. Knowing one of the intended targets in advance may allow us to prepare more efficiently. He leaned forward slightly. Is there anything further either of you can tell me, particularly concerning the sudden resignation of Cecile Kesvier? Any indication of Sith presence on the planet? Was she involved with the Sith? Is there anything that you can tell me that can clear this picture up for us at the end of your mission? I got the details, I got the reports, but it's not as clear as I would like.
Yes, of course. First, to address your questions about Ambassador Casvier, to my knowledge and my belief, she had nothing to do with the Sith on Alderaan. There's no indication of that. We saw nothing of that in her actions or in the time we spent at the listening post. So I do not believe that there's any concern with Cecile Casvier being an agent for the Sith. My understanding of her departure is that for personal reasons, she chose to step away. And although I don't want to speak out of turn, I do believe that that was the best decision for her at this time. And she'll pause a moment to see if he has any questions about Cecile before continuing. Nahele would continue. As far as the Sith go, the listening outpost that we were able to investigate turned out to be overrun with Sith. We were lucky to get the intelligence we did while we were there, although we were not lucky enough to make it out as a team. We did encounter a Sith Lord who we were able to take out, and we did see the Sith Lord from Belkadan as well, although at that point we had no resources with which to confront him. The fact that we were able to make it out with the intelligence we did, it took a great deal of skill from the Jedi and some luck to do what we could and to make it back here.
I heard reports about, I read your reports, but I also heard from the Jedi that they did lose one of their own in that operation. I do apologize for that. I knew it was going to be risky. I mean, we all did, but it still doesn't make it any easier. I can assure you, we are mobilizing a response to that outpost. The Republic will act, and we will hopefully drive those aggressors out of that cave. I read the report that Cecile also provided me, along with notes from HX. But how did the houses seem towards the end of their discussions back on Alderaan? He looks to you, HX. Did they seem like they were going to come to accords, or did things seemed a little bit more dire than we're expecting.
They were split physically, and they were yelling at each other a lot. Past that, I can't really tell you. I was engulfed in my mission.
I suppose that's the best we can ask for. I know those houses have a long history together, and to me, if you can get at least that sort of result in a politically charged environment, I would call that a success. And you all got the funds that we transmitted you?
Correct.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
You can see him look down at his desk and he presses a little button. He goes, Sergeant, you can come in now. And Oola, that's for you.
Beryl will push the door open, step inside, let the door close behind her, and she will salute those in the room.
The general stands up, salutes you, and then sits back down. He goes, will you join us over here, Sergeant?
Of course. She goes over to wherever the seat is indicated, and she'll take a seat, nodding again to Nahele, but sort of ignoring HX.
Yeah, you're sitting actually right in front of HX because he's standing.
Literally sat in front of where my hands were.
Yeah,
Oops.
it's okay.
Okay, she's ignoring him to the fullest. No.
Oh, you must just be part of the chair. And
Droid and furniture all in one. I need double pay, please.
you're gonna say something, Niala?
Oh, Neela would nod at Beryl as she sat and kind of searching her face a little bit, but she doesn't say anything.
Well, let's see. Now he opens up a folder, and inside it's like, oh, wait, this is weird to see in this universe. But he actually pulls out a piece of paper and he looks at it, and it's like, I know this seems I'm a little old school, but what can I say? I like tactile surfaces. He smiles and he goes, looks like you two have maybe served alongside each other, or maybe in parallel to each other. He looks to you, Beryl, and Niala.
Neela has continued to look at Beryl, and then she gets a look of recollection on her face, and she says, "Yes, I believe it was the Hermes, Beryl Jamishi. Is that correct?"
Gerald Jamichi. Jeez. Beryl Jamichi. Correct. And-
Jamichi, I apologize.
And Beryl will look at Nahele. And then she too will have a look of recognition upon her face. Says, so it was you. I haven't seen you for so long. It's good to see you once more and doing well, I hope.
Neela nods and says, "Yes, it's been some years. It's good to see you as well, and outside a hospital ship and walking around. I hope you're doing well, also."
And Beryl gives a half laugh. She says, well, I'm walking around anyways. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be saying that, I'm sure.
Neela smiles and says, You were a very persistent patient. I have no doubt that you would have a full recovery."
The general's just looking at you two and go, so yes, that would be a yes. Laughs. And then he goes, well, Sergeant Jamichi and Captain Nam, I hope you don't mind serving with each other moving forward. because I have an assignment for the two of you.
Neela composes herself, is realizing that she's still in an official meeting with the general, and says, yes, of course. It would be an honor to serve with Sergeant Barrel.
Beryl will just bow her head or dip her chin slightly in acknowledgement.
Sergeant Jamichi is going to be serving underneath you, Captain Nam, moving forward. I will be sending you information regarding a outpost as well as the planet on which that outpost is. But until then, I just need you to know that we will be creating the formation of a special units force that will be working behind the enemy's lines in hopes of getting us information, getting us an edge in this war. We do have other splinter cells that we have created to work beyond the enemy's lines, more covertly. Republic symbols and Jedi symbols will not be present in your work. However, we will be giving you initial funds to create an outpost. That outpost will be managed by you, Captain Nam. The Jedi will be sending you support as well. They will be sending you Jedi Knight Carrick Maze, as well as apparently his new Padawan. I haven't got too much details on her quite yet. I think the council will be talking to her now. But just be aware, Captain Nam, that your goals out there in the Outer Rim is to establish the outpost, create a means of gathering information from mission briefings that we will present you. You will organize your team, head to those missions, acquire whatever the objective is, whether it's intel, securing a target, disabling, whatever it is. Your tasks will vary. You will be working within the Republic Special Forces from now on. I did get permission to transfer you directly under my command. So most of your records will now be redacted. And what that means is any public facing that you once had is going to be filled with a lot of black ink moving forward. Most of your missions will be classified, so you are not to repeat them. Even if another general asks you about the details of your work, you are not to repeat them. That is from the highest level of security that the Republic can offer. That even comes from the Grand Chancellor themselves. Your base of operations, we will let you decide the code name for. That code name will go on to your reports that you send me, and only me. And then I will disseminate that information you provide me to the proper areas within our organization to then disseminate it and figure out our next moves. I'm hoping that you are okay that HX7T also accompanies you on this endeavor, as there are concerns perhaps about you, and he looks at you, HX, but I don't have those same concerns. You have been very efficient in your work. I mean, the success on Alderaan speaks volumes of your craftsmanship, and I cannot ignore that. We need good men, women, and droids in the service of the Republic. And if you three are in the agreement of this, then I will fully commit in making sure that this process begins, and you will no longer serve in the light of the Republic, but its shadows instead.
Neela takes a moment to consider the general's words, looks over to HX, and says, I have no trouble serving with HX. I think he's a valuable asset and resource, and he has been instrumental in the successes we have had in the past. I understand the necessity for this level of security and secrecy in these sorts of missions. I want to make sure I understand the command structure, and if asked, how I can answer what I do in the future. I understand I would report to you, and I would continue to work in the medical field. Can you suggest how to answer any questions that come my way or our way, as far as what we do and what our missions are?
You can just direct them to me. Tell them that you can't speak of it because it's classified and leave it at that. Even if they press you on the matter, it's classified. They do not need to know. They could be as offended as they'd like. I don't care. Your work is important to the Republic, and your authority in that case will be equally as important. So,
What level of classification?
well, Captain Nam will get she'll get a classification directly under mine. It is the Sigma Delta classification. It will give you access to almost everything, but those codes will be restricted to just you, Captain Nam.
Understood. I think it's important to make sure my team understands what we are doing. So I want to make clear that I need to be able to share with them the information of our missions. Will that be a problem?
It gives us some thought. And he speaks. When you first met me, I told you I was a truth speaker, and I will continue to speak truth. You can provide as much information as you can. There will be certain things within the documentation that I provide you from time to time that you can't share. And that's not to exclude your team members. That's actually more so to protect them from knowing that knowledge in the first place. You would think knowledge is great to have in any capacity, but there is knowledge out there that can be just as dangerous. So, but if you ever question that authority, or you ever question the intent, you're more than welcome to contact me and we can discuss.
I appreciate that, General. I feel that there are at times directives that have been given in the past that I would like to have been able to discuss further. So I appreciate the offer to be able to do so with you.
We'll also be sending, and this is in coordination with the Jedi, you will have Jedi Master Ormo Vamori there with you temporarily. So on the interim, you will report to him for a short period of time until you are promoted to the rank of Major. Once you are the Major, then what will happen at that point is full operational control of the outpost will be handed to you. And as your successes happen in the Outer Rim, we will divert more resources to you to help you build your outpost and fill it with personnel. You will be taking his lead in the terms of if you have questions on operational readiness, if you have questions about a mission or need clarity on details, you can go to him. This cooperation with the Jedi is, again, restricted knowledge. And when I say that is not even most of the senators know about this co-op that we have going on. And the reason for that is there is a lot of political heat on the Jedi at this moment. A lot of people blame the Jedi for the results of this war. But there are people here amongst the Republic military that believe that we can't win this war without the Jedi. And so we're hoping this mutual pact that we have will help foster trust with the Jedi that understand that we are all or not all trying to push them to the sidelines. They will be constructing alongside your outpost a small enclave. There they hope to establish a means to train off-world in the event of total breakdown of the Republic government. Just like our splinter cells are also contingent of that. Not that I expect the Republic to fall. I will die before the Republic falls, but contingencies are where we're at now. And he points to the map. As you can see, the Sith have made great grounds in very little time. And in all of my time of knowing Republic history, there's only been a few moments in history that has happened. And it's only been twice that Coruscant's been attacked. If Coruscant falls, well, the Republic fails. And the worlds that are tethered to our capital will splinter. It's dangerous. And thus we create these contingencies. That is the job of the Republic Special Forces, is to be the shield for the Republic, but we're not a shield that shines brightly. And, well, I just need to express this to you, Captain, Sergeant, and HX, because the gravity of the situation is real. And the work that you're about to do is going to be extremely dangerous and not easy, because there will be times where you're certainly going to covert missions as well, where you're going to have to pretend you're Imperial soldiers from time to time, or Imperial civilians. There's going to be times where you're going to feel left alone. The Republic isn't going to be readily accessible to you because you're going to be in the outer rims. You're going to be cut off from us from time to time. I just hope I'm expressing the dangers of this operation as clearly as I can to you, Captain. But if not, please ask me for clarity. I will try to provide as much clarity as I can.
I believe I understand the dangers here. I would like to offer Sergeant Jimikichi a chance to ask questions as well, because I'm not sure her knowledge of the danger.
Beryl will just give a half grin as a response. She says, I'm well aware.
All right, General, I believe we have a basic understanding as to what we're agreeing to. I know supplies are limited and will be even more so the farther we are away from the central planets. Will we have access to any supplies for these missions?
Well, before you depart and the Jedi join you, we will be sending you along with the ship that you brought to Alderaan. We actually had the Jedi bring it back to Coruscant. We're retrofitting it with a little bit more, let's just say, countermeasures. But we're also replating it with some state-of-the-art alloys, which may keep you a little bit off the radars, if you know what I mean. Since you'll be traveling in enemy waters, we don't want you to be creating ripples as you're moving through space. So there's a little construction going on. So you will have downtime now if you need personal supplies. The money I provided you may be used, obviously, for that. But we will be giving you supplies in terms of food, water, provisions. We'll be providing you with basic intel information, data servers, so you can build your own data centers, because you will need a place to store that information. It won't be directly linked to the Galactic Network or the HoloNet, and there's a good reason for that. Your isolation is going to be your greatest strength and possibly your greatest weakness. Your greatest strength is whatever information you obtain can't be simply hacked and stolen from you. That's the greatest strength. The weakness is if you need to send it to us, you'll have to send it to us through the, I suppose, the old human saying of snail mail applies here. You'll be most likely sending a correspondence through a third party or through one of our associated mercenaries that we have hired to work in the Outer Rim. I'm sure you've heard of her. Her name is Hylo Riz. She's been making quite a splash on the radio, but that's actually perfect for us because someone who takes the spotlight keeps the spotlight away from us. And working with such a figurehead, they assume they know what she's doing because she's so public, but her network of operatives will be able to get that information to us. They'll visit your outpost from time to time, and you can disseminate what information you want to send to us. I would recommend using HX7T. He seems to have a very good grasp of encrypting and coding messages. I would utilize his expertise in doing so that way if one of those operatives were, discovered, we don't want that information to be readily or easily accessible. But we will make sure that you are as well supplied as we can, Captain, before you depart. And any personal effects that you want to do while you're, I guess, technically on shore leave while we prepare your vessel, you can do so in this downtime.
Understood. Will you be expecting communication from us on a specific basis or just as needed? Should we be checking in?
Every rotation of the planet that we assign you to, we haven't quite figured that out quite yet. We're trying to secure a spot now. That's why I can't just give you the location. But once we figure that out, you'll be able to discern the rotation of the world. It's day-night cycle. How many days equals a month. You'll figure that out with computing power. But once you do, every cycle that your planet has, you will get a visit from one of those operatives. They'll be dressed plainly. They're not Republic soldiers. They are hired mercs, or rather hired operatives. Hilo Viz would not like me to call them mercs. She would probably scoff at that. But you will be paid a visit, and they'll be there to secure the information and leave. I probably won't even be there much for small talk.
Understood. That seems reasonable. And then did have one more question, if I can remember it. Oh, yes, of course. When should we be prepared to leave?
I would give yourselves about a week. Get comfortable here. You guys all deserve rest. Like I said, I've read the reports on what happened on Alderaan, and every single one of you deserve downtime. But because you have downtime doesn't mean that work isn't being done to prepare you for the journey ahead. We will have all of that taken care of on our end, including the building supplies for your outpost. And we will send a small crew with you. They're basically workers from Lower Coruscant that will be accompanying you. They're on a contractor's, I guess we've hired contractors basically to work with you to help build the base of operations for you, and they will live on planet side with you. They have very minimal clearance, so they will not, once the structure's built, HX and probably a combination of all of you, including one of our security officers, will also be along with you. We'll be securing the outpost. There will be biometric access to certain areas. You'll each be given your own biometric, ranking within that hierarchy of the system. And as for HX, we will be providing him with a digital footprint, as you were. I'm not a technical guy, but we'll be providing him with a footprint digitally so that he can access chambers and rooms within that outpost, since he doesn't have a biometric signature. But yes, you will have construction workers, and you will have at least a few RSF agents with you to help with the security aspect of the compound.
Understood. I would like to get the basic information on all crew and security that will be accompanying us so that I can familiarize myself with them. And also, although I'm sure they've been vetted by the Republic most thoroughly, I would like to have as much information as possible so that I can feel at ease with these people that will be with us on this distant planet out in our covert outpost. In addition, I'd like to have more information about Hilo Riz and the mercenaries, or I'm sorry, the operatives that will be helping with this information. I want to make sure that I can recognize them and that we all are familiar with them and we don't come upon operatives that are trying to get our information and just hand it over. That would be most reckless of me.
Well, I will provide you as much information as we can on Hilo Riz. She is a very cunning captain, and as much as your droid is good with slicing and spiking systems, she is brilliant at it. She has erased a lot of the information regarding her past activities. However, her present activities shows to be very trustworthy and very loyal to the Republic. Some of us remember who she is, so I will provide as much information as I can remember of who she was in the past. But you'll recognize them. Oh, you'll recognize them well. They look like your everyday smuggler. Most of them wear leather jackets. Some wear cargo pants. Standard smuggler wear. It'll be hard pressed for you not to notice them. They do have a special access key that we did give them to access certain Republic facilities.
Understood. And respectfully, General, you were just discussing how we would be trying to blend in as Imperial citizens and soldiers. I would not want someone to have blended in as a mercenary. So any pictures and of them, just so we can visually recognize them, and also the security key and any other means by which we can verify them before handing over information would be greatly valuable to us.
Yeah, don't fret too much. I will make sure that information's sent to you. I have to get in touch, obviously, with our tech teams because some of that is, again, not under my purview, and I'll be quite old. I'll be quite frank. I'm an older man, and there are certain general fallacies that have escaped me, including the complexities of some of this technical finagling that comes with making things secure. But we'll make sure that information's sent to you. I promise.
That's much appreciated. And to confirm, it will be the three of us, gesturing at Beryl and HX, as well as Jedi Carrick, Mace, and his Padawan. Is that correct?
You will be the primary operatives of the outpost, yes. Until you can build up the outpost and start coordinating teams, you will be, I guess, the alpha team of that outpost. Like I said, you will have General Master Ormro Vamori there. He will be temporarily in command of the outpost. So while you are all on mission, he will be overseeing the operations of the outpost. He'll be overseeing the personnel. And he'll also be overseeing any Jedi that happen to accompany. We do not have a list of those Jedi, and we most likely will not. You see, the Jedi also have an equivalent to what we have. Where the Republic Special Forces, they have a group of individuals they dub shadows. We don't know who these shadows are. They have no name, and if they do have a name, it is a false name. And they are very cagey on giving me any information on that. But again, to put faith in the Jedi and to build a bridge, we are letting them handle that. So you may not get information about those individuals, unfortunately, but just understand that whomever these shadows are, they are very skilled, very dangerous, and you are going to be very thankful they're on your side, from what I understand of this organization within the Jedi.
I can live with that as long as Master Vamori trusts them and oversees them. I will be glad of their assistance.
He will have operational observation of them, but I believe that they report to an unknown figure within the Jedi. So, again, to be truthful to you, I don't even think Jedi Master Vamori has full authority over these Jedi. I mean, between you and the three of us, Jedi shadows are basically Sith hunters. They go after all these scary artifacts that the Jedi tend to harbor and attempt to destroy. So these are individuals that, well, I've never met a shadow, and if I had, I wouldn't have known. There will be regular Jedi amongst them too, so I think that will make it hard for you to discern who's the shadow amongst them and who's not. Like I said, Carrick Mays will be joining them, as well as his Padawan, and most likely a few other Jedi Knights and Padawans, and we'll have those names available to you as well. These false names are going to be amongst them. Just understand that amongst them there is a shadow or two. So try to remember not to do anything that would oppose the Jedi creed of balancing the Force. He's kind of the enigmatic about that, because he's like scared that he has like this. There's like this innate fear about these Jedi shadow figures in the Republic. He's like, just don't do anything that would go against their creed. That's all I can say.
Understood. I'll be sure that myself and everyone understands that as well, and we'll work with Master Vamori to make sure that we're all aware of the Jedi Creed.
Yes, I'm just thankful that they informed us that shadows will be present on the campus amongst the regular Jedi. So at least we have a heads up that because these individuals apparently do things that are very close to what other Jedi would consider dark side. They tend to be right on that fine line. That's why I'm just issuing a little bit of a warning, just to be mindful of certain things you may say or do around the Jedi, and just keep the Republic business separate from their business. That's probably the best advice. Just worry about what tasks we give you, and whatever Jedis join you in those tasks, worry about them, but don't worry about anything beyond that scope. You'll be fine.
Understood. I appreciate the information. Knowing that Jedi Mace and his Padawan will be joining us, will we be working together on these missions? Will they be reporting separately? How will that mission command structure work?
As Alpha Team, you will be the head of Alpha Team, Captain Nam. Your duties and service to the Republic has not gone unnoticed. You served in Belkadan, Serpina, Cernapeld. You've served in Alderaan. I mean, you've served in all these tours leading up to this very moment, and you have the most experience, as any officer would, dealing with the hostilities of the Sith. Not a lot of our officers within the Mid-Rim can say that. I mean, you even stood toe-to-toe against a Lord. The hierarchy of the Sith we barely know, but we do know that a Lord is considered second to something they call a Darth. Darths are apparently the higher echelon of their ranking structure. And for you to go toe-to-toe with a Lord, that's impressive, Captain Nam. I haven't even seen a Sith yet, and I'm a general. So your experience is invaluable, as well as your comrades, HX. I suppose it's just you and HX and Carrick that have that experience now. I guess the rest of your group, unfortunately, is no longer with you. So we are hoping that that experience will shine. So, as alpha team of that outpost, yes, you will be working with Carrick Mays as well as his paddle. The 5 of you will be the first team and most likely the lead team to handle most of the operations. Even when you have other teams available, you will just simply negotiate where those teams go, and then you'll determine where you go. Because that outpost should relatively be at low operational cost, meaning you're not going to have a lot of presence there. Your operatives will be out and about constantly. You might have just a small technical team there, or maybe people to manage the outpost, but for the most part, it's going to run with a minimal staff.
Yes, understood. It seems the faster, the sooner we can get this going, the better, looking at the odds that we're facing right now.
Yes, and that's why we are doing everything we can to make sure that you get there safely. I will also send you the schematics for your ship, including the upgrades. I'm sure, looks to you, HX. You don't mind managing that information when we provide it?
I do not.
Excellent. And Sergeant, I gotta figure out, Jamishi? You're gonna have
Chibichi.
Jamichi. Okay, Sergeant Jamichi, I'm going to have you work very closely with the captain, and I just need your confirmation that whatever the captain commands you, you will follow through.
Of course.
Now, before I wrap up, I know that's a lot of information. It's a little bit overwhelming, I'm sure, especially now that we're going to be throwing you in with the Republic Special Forces. I need you all to sign this. And he pulls out a data pad and first hands it to the sergeant. And on there is basically your general disclosure of everything he basically discussed about, limitations of communication to the Republic, that you will be working within the shadows, that you are technically not a public figure anymore. That in all senses and purposes, most of your life at the moment is non-existent as far as everyone else is concerned. You do see there's clauses in there that working with the Republic Special Forces comes with risks, there's hazards. It does mention stipends based on success. It goes over success will lead to promotions, success will lead to further compensation, permission on an individual level, and commission based on your outpost. It does come with stipulations specifically for the captain in that documentation that she'll be managing the operations of that outpost once the Jedi Master steps down. And it goes over what those details are, expanding the outpost, hiring more personnel. She's going to be in charge of vetting, interviews, the whole 9 yards. It's a list for her. But as for you, Sergeant, your specific blip says that you will be serving under her command. You will be learning from her experience. You will be providing her any assistance that you can and providing her any experience that she can lean upon. It also explains that at any time that you may or may not, if at any time that you lose your life during the service of this operation, your next of kin will be given, and it has just a general stipend of currency, this amount in retribution for your loss. And then it goes over your salary. It's based on success as well, that they can't pay you regularly, and it's very clearly stated there too, just because transferring credits could expose you, so they have to do it in a interval And that's why it's mostly based on the success of missions, because every success diverts attention from your cause. It goes over HX. It explains that HX will be given more autonomy to utilize the computer systems of the outpost. Since it is a closed circuit network, he is going to be basically the server administrator. So any information that you decide that you wish to save in there, he will have access to it. Which under your stipulation, Captain, you do notice that it does clearly say, do not put any sensitive information in there that you feel should not be in there. And it should just go to the contact. It goes over costs, operations, blah, blah, blah. A lot of boring stuff as well. And then at the bottom, there are lines for each of you to basically sign. And he just kind of waits, and then he says, I know it's a lot to read, so if you have any questions, please ask.
Beryl's going to lean forward with her forearm on the desk or the table, whatever it is. And she's going to look at the general and ask him point blank, has my father been notified? General Tufungi.
No. None of your kin will know that you're being assigned to this operation. We're the special forces. Your involvement, if anyone knows your involvement in the special forces, that can compromise your position with us. So no, they have not been informed.
He should at least be informed that I will be out of touch for an unknown amount of time.
You can certainly inform him yourself, however way you wish to inform him. Just do not mention Republic Special Forces and that you'll be serving in the Outer Rim or anything related to your task. You can come up with that whatever lie of convenience that you need to, Sergeant.
Understood. Thank you. Then she'll go ahead and sign the release.
He nods and he looks at Nahele and HX now.
I'll send the data signal to sign it.
Okay, like it signs without you ever touching the data pad. Like a ghost is signing it.
Nahele takes the data pad from Beryl and goes through, actually reading through all the different pieces of information, just confirming that it is what they just talked about and there's nothing unexpected. And then she'll sign it as well.
Okay, I will say before you sign it, there is one thing that wasn't mentioned that you do see in the finer print is that any excessive force that you feel necessary to silence potential threats from exposing your operations is allowed.
She'll make a note of that, but won't ask any questions.
He takes a data pad from you, or at least opens his hand to take the data pad from you.
She'll hand it back to him, just nodding solemnly, just feeling the weight of what they're agreeing to.
He takes it and he goes, all right, well, Captain, we will be sending you some attire. As you can expect, Sergeant, Captain, you will no longer be wearing uniforms while you're in the Outer Rim. When you come back to Coruscant, we do expect you to wear your full dress attire. But when you're in the Outer Rim, because of the nature of your work, you are no longer, and he does air quotes to you, Republic soldiers. Do you understand?
Beryl, oops, sorry.
You're fine, go ahead.
Oh, Beryl's going to give a half laugh and kind of like motion to her attire at the moment, which has no insignias, no nothing on it. It's totally autonomous. She's going to just snort a little bit and says, understood.
Nahele also, so she understands.
He looks at Sergeant. I'm just gonna call you Sergeant Barrel. She looks to Sergeant Barrel and he's like, looks back to you, Captain Nam, and he's like, Captain, I think you have your hands full.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll be fine.
He puts the data pad away and he stands up and he motions towards the door and he goes, before you go out shopping or finding places of comfort for the week, which we will supply you at least room and board for the week, free, of course, on the public dime. It's a nice hotel. It's on the upper levels of Coruscant. You get great views. Senators stay there, so I think you'll enjoy that. But before you get comfortable, and while he's talking, he's giving you like paperwork so you can find this hotel. He gives you the reservation names, and you notice that the reservation names are not under your names; they're under different names. Looks like Sergeant Barrels is being called Jasmine, and Nahele, you're being called Rose. HX is just HX. He goes, could you please stop by the Jedi Temple and pick up the Padawan? Or at least say that you're there to pick up the Padawan. I don't believe Carrick Mays will be joining you immediately. From my understanding, he is still on Alderaan, but he should accompany you once you leave by the end of the week.
Yes, understood. I will go there next, and she'll turn to look at Beryl. Would you like to accompany me?
If that's your wish.
At this time, it's up to you. It's not a command, just an offer.
She pauses for a moment, thinks about it, and then she just gives a brief nod. Sure.
Before you go, Sergeant, I want you to put on the right attire. You are still a Republic soldier as of now, so dress appropriately before you head out with the captain to the Jedi Temple. You do represent the Republic.
Yes, sir.
I would like you to bring HX as well, Captain. Apparently the Jedi have a soft spot for him. But yeah.
Of course, I'll invite him along, and it sounds like he has an invitation, so yeah.
Oh, is there any other questions before I let you all depart?
Nahele would look to HX and Beryl to see if they had any questions before speaking up.
Nope.
Shake my head.
None for me. Thank you for your time, General.
Of course. And he actually steps up and he basically just walks you to the exit of his office. And that's actually where we're going to take a little bit of a break. We'll do like a 15-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start with Hallie scene next. So enjoy your break, guys, and we'll see you in 15. All right. So we just finished with you guys now heading towards the Jedi Temple. So we're going to kind of pan over because this probably would have happened at the same time you guys were talking to the general. Hallie, when you enter the council chamber, you only been here probably one other time, and it was when you were a youngling. So it was many years ago. The chamber still feels enormous. Enormous. It's got a circular hall type feel to it. It's serene authority. Its towering dome ceiling, filters daylight through layered crystalline panels that shimmer like a sky at dawn. It's got polished marble floors, reflect subtle beams of ambient light, and the gentle hum of hyperspace traffic on the city planet far below adds a hum rhythm to the room's stillness. The chamber's architecture is austere and elegant, smooth white walls etched with ancient Jedi iconography, constant, concentric, concentric rings of seats rising in a semicircle around a circle dais where the council's most pressing deliberations unfold. Each seat is a crafted chair of dark matted metal and deep cerulean cushions tailored to both practicality and dignity. On the dais, um, you see today 10 Jedi Masters, members of the Jedi High Council. They're all convened. Not one of them is missing. Each, bringing a distinct presence and story etched within their features. Amongst them, you see Bella Keywinks. He's Togruta Jedi Master. Kind of sits calm and alert. And that is a she. She is a Jedi Master. You also see Orgus Din, a grizzled human master. He's kind of old school. You know him to have a lot of discipline. You see Nikhil Nobil. He's a Thespesian. Geez, that's a racial name. Counselor. He's known more for fatal lie tie-ins and things like that. Then there's Wen's Alusis. These are real council members, by the way. I did not make up these names. He's kind of, you can see that he's kind of in the contemplative gaze. He's also human. Then you see Orc Trellis, a Nautilin master. You kind of see that he's kind of got more of a probing gaze that's locked in on you as you're standing kind of at the center of all these Jedi Masters. To see Griffiths Fane. He has a thoughtful expression. You don't know him too well. He's got a data pad kind of held in one of his hands as he's looking over it and then kind of occasionally looking over at you. Then you see Jarek Caden, also another human master. He's also got a nickname amongst the Order known as the Order's Watchman. You also see Tol Braga. He's a Keldor Jedi Master. He's known for serenity and fiercity with his resolutions. See Ganast Dural. He's also a Keldor. He's actually, if you ever played Tor or watched the journals, on their website, he's the one that records all the events of this era. So he's kind of known for like the Jedi Archives. So he's probably someone you probably ran into a bit if you ever visited the Jedi Archives. He's often there. He oversees it. He's most likely in charge of Jedi antiquities. And you see Sayo Bakam. He's also another human. He's a Corellian. He's a healer and a thinker. The Jedi Masters you see present for you today. And as you stand there amongst them, well, why don't you describe your posture, what might be going on in Hallie's head as she stands before all these like legendary names.
Holly is standing there. She's standing straight and her eyes are she's looking straight ahead of her, and she's just very statuesque, I guess you could say. She's there and she is not giving any outward like emotion on her face or anything like that. Um, if someone were to address her, she would focus her gaze on them, and turn. Through her head, she just feels like in her inside of her a little bit of reluctance of potentially what's about to come, but you wouldn't see that on her exterior. Her exterior, she is very maintained and she looks very in control at that moment. Down to, her her hands and everything like that. They are um, clasped behind her. Um, and she's just listening. She's ready for whatever may came.
Yep, the first to speak would be Sayo Bakarn. He's that human Corellian healer, and so he's most likely in charge of like the healers and seers of the Jedi Order. And as he kind of looks at you, he's got a soft expression to his face, and his tone is it's actually pleasant to listen to. It's very not harsh in any measure or means. And he goes, "So, Hallie, tell me, how do you think your training is proceeding?"
Holly looks to Master Bakan and says, I I believe it has proceeded well under my master's leadership and tutelage. He has tried to teach me as much as he can, and I'm always eager to learn more. And that's all she says.
And Ganas Dural, the one of the two Keldors in the room, he now speaks up. "And how are you handling the loss of your master?" He has more of like a mechanical robot voice that I cannot mimic. So, but just imagine it.
Holly turns her attention to the other master and just looks to him. Master Vantor was a strong Jedi, and he went, as we all will, and has rejoined the Force. And I only hope one day I can be as brave as he. That's all she says.
Sile Bakarn speaks again. He seems to be, he's known to have a little bit more outward empathy than most Jedi Masters. And he goes, "And his loss physically hasn't hindered you or been on your mind?"
Holly just nods. She says, "I've meditated on it, Master, and I find peace that he remains with me still."
And you notice some of the other council members just kind of look at each other. A couple nod, seeming just to accept your answer. And Oric Trellis, one of the only Nautilin master on the council, looks at you and goes, "And do you feel that you are ready to be reassigned a master?"
Holly looks to them and she pauses for a second and she just says, I do wish to continue my training, Master. Whichever way is appropriate. I would like to continue training um, as Master Ventor had taught me well. I only wish to continue that path.
Oric looks to Wen's Alessis, and they exchange gazes for a moment, and then Wen's looks to you and goes, "And have you ever met Master Jedi Knight Maze before?"
Holly shakes her head. She says, "I have not. I've not met Jedi Master Maze."
Well, Oric goes, Knight Maze recently lost his Padawan. I mean, lost a friend, a colleague, Oola Tann, in Alderaan. And we feel it is appropriate now, more than ever, to see that a partnership is created between you and him. We feel that he could learn a lot from you, and you, in return, could learn quite a bit from him. Are you ready for such a responsibility as having another master where joint experiences can foster growth on both parts?
Holly nods and she says, "Yes, as the Force allows it."
Griff's Thane, you hear him kind of give a thoughtful chuckle. It's not a laugh at retort, but it's more of a, he had a passing thought and it just escaped in the form of a kind of laugh, that little chuckle under his breath. And he goes, well, and he stands up. Learner Hallie, do you mind stepping forward?
She'd step forward.
You've been through this process once before. If you would entertain me. He he puts his hands down by his side and he looks at you and he goes, please kneel.
And she'd kneel.
Hallie, as you kneel before me, ready to, go ahead.
No.
Okay, I thought you were going to say
Okay.
something. Hallie, as you kneel before me, ready to walk once more the path of a Jedi Padawan, I want you to repeat after me. I vow to seek knowledge that I may grow in wisdom.
I vow to seek knowledge that I may grow in wisdom.
I vow to act with serenity, that peace may guide my hand.
I vow to act in serenity and with peace that may guide my hand.
I vow to uphold harmony, that my strength serves balance.
I vow to uphold harmony and that my strength upholds balance.
He smiles a little. I vow to embrace selflessness, that I may protect and not control.
I vow to embrace selflessness so that I may. Oh my God. She... Sorry, she's not laughing.
I know. Let me repeat it.
Yes.
I vow to embrace selflessness, that I may protect and not control.
I vow to embrace selflessness and that I may protect and not control.
I vow to pursue justice with compassion in my heart.
I vow to pursue justice and with compassion in my heart.
He pauses, kind of allowing the words to settle for a moment. He does have a smile on his face as he kind of, perhaps he slipped a little bit, but it's fine. He seems to he's ready to move forward. He understands the intent, and he goes, there is no ignorance, only knowledge.
There is no ignorance, only knowledge.
There is no fear, only peace.
There's no fear, only peace.
There is no chaos, only harmony.
There is no chaos, only harmony.
And there is no death, only the Force.
There's no death, only the Force.
He inclines his head slightly at you. He does give a sign of solemn approval, and he goes, "By these words, you swear to walk the Jedi path with honor until your training is complete."
I do.
You hear him chuckle. He's like, "I need you to repeat those words, Hallie." Whispers to you.
She looks she he looks up at him. She's just like
We're not
her
getting
face-
married, Hallie. Just letting you
No.
know.
No, she looks up at this is intentional now. So she looks up a little bit and she's her face, even though her face is blue, it almost looks like she's blushing, like confused, and she's like uh, I promised to uphold
I'll repeat it for
she,
you.
she, she,
A lot.
she'd repeat it.
By these words, you swear to walk the Jedi path with honor until your training is complete.
By these words, I promise to follow the Jedi path until my training completes.
He smiles, and he's got maybe a little blush to his cheeks too, but it's because he's smiling. He's trying not to smile so boldly before you, and he gives you a nod of like, "That's good enough." And he looks to his peers, and he goes back to sit, and he kind of just motions for you to stand, and he's like, and sorry, Oric, passes the virtual baton, I suppose, off to Jarek, and Jarek looks to you and the order's watchman, and he goes, "Well then, Hallie, you are now officially the Padawan of Jedi Knight Carrick Maze. You will be assigned to a undisclosed outpost here shortly, where you will meet your master for the first time. Um, Thankfully, we have arranged for a week delay, so you may meet him before then on the shuttle heading to that designation. You will be accompanied by Jedi Master Ormel Vamori as well as a captain by the name of Niela Nam, a sergeant whose name we do not have quite yet. I believe the general was assigning someone to the captain's command, and a droid named HX7T. At least that's his designation. They will be accompanying you to this outpost, and you will be working as essentially a squad. But do not be misled by that. We do believe that Jedi are not soldiers, but this is more of a cooperation between the Republic and the Jedi that is meant to go under the radar. You are not to mention where you're going to anyone but your master and to those I just mentioned. You aren't to tell your peers, other learners in the temple, what you've been tasked with. This is off the books, but we do expect you to uphold the Jedi traditions and the code and the philosophies that we have taught you over the years. You are to respect your master's commands, but in return, he is to respect you. A master and Padawan relationship is not one made of demand of respect, but of earned respect. And we do expect you both to act mutually in agreement. Do you have any questions for us before I dismiss you from the council chambers?
Holly's gained her composure, and she just looks on, and she says, "Thank you for the opportunity. I I accept it as a great honor." That's all she said.
Okay. Tol Braga, the other Keldor master.
Mm, Understood, Master. I have no other questions.
One of the other masters, Sayo Bakarn, he looks at you and goes,
And she looks to him and she thinks for a moment. And she's like, she really doesn't say anything to that. She just looks to him. Uh, she's like, if it comes to it, I will do what must to protect and serve the Force.
back to Gana Dural, and he goes, well then, Learner Hallie. Um, I think that is all we have to say for you at the moment. However, we have gotten a word that the entourage that you will be accompanying has arrived. We would like you to introduce yourself to them. You don't have to stay long. You have a week to get comfortable, get ready. But we would like you to at least, at minimal, introduce yourself before they depart. They were here to also greet you and get to know you. So give them the opportunity. Remember, as a Jedi, it is just as important to make connections with people, not tech connections and attachments are different. He seems to stress, knowing that you're a Padawan, he's stressed being very specific. Just understand attachments and connections are different. In the form of attachments that we talk about, you understand the lessons. But if you need me to repeat them, please let us know. But that said, we would like you to get to know them at a minimal level so that way they can work efficiently with you and you can work efficiently with them. You have to remind yourself, too, that as a Jedi, it is important that we have some base understanding of why we do what we do. And if we can't understand that, then the code means nothing. So I would like you to do that. In fact, perhaps what I can do is... do you know where Jedi Master Ormo Vamori's chambers are?
Yes, Master.
Why don't you head down to his chambers? I believe there was a formal invitation provided to one of them. I will relay that information to the hangar here at the temple, and I'll let them know that you're waiting for them at the master's offices. Once they arrive, then I'll let the Jedi Master introduce you to them, and you may have small talk then. And then after everyone's dismissed, you can go off and do what you need to do to prepare yourself for the journey ahead, and steel yourself for the challenges that are to come. If you have no questions, then you are dismissed. If you have questions, now is the time to ask, or forever hold your peace.
Holly just dips her head, and then she would leave.
As you do, where are you going to head to?
And then she's gonna follow the direction she got to go to Master Vamori's chamber.
Okay. While you're heading down that way, back at the temple hangars, Oola, not Oola, sorry, Beryl, Nahele, and HX, you guys are, you get there. It's pretty uneventful. And you're right at the entrance to, like, the actual temple. You're, like, in a hangar, but then there's a door. And you guys are stopped promptly as one of the attendants at the door goes, Captain Nam? He has, like, the question tone.
Nahele steps forward and says, "Yes, that's me."
We were instructed to guide you to Jedi Master Vamori's chambers. Looks like Padawan Holly is ready to meet you. And we felt like the council felt that would be a good part to introduce the three of you to one of the newest members to your Alpha team.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. I'm glad that's been arranged. We'd like to go there now if we could.
Of course. He looks to his fellow Jedi just on the opposite side of the door, and the door opens, and that one that didn't speak, steps forward and takes the position in front of your small group and starts to walk.
Beryl steps forward to the captain and nudges her slightly. It's like, how do you know we were Alpha Team?
It's a good question. Seems like the Jedi are more open about our assignment. Let's keep an eye out, and she'll just keep moving forward.
And Beryl nods her head, falls in step.
Oh, are you joining them, HX?
I'm not. I'm going to stay on the little shuttle thing.
Oh, you're staying on the ship?
Yeah.
Is there anything you want to do on the ship?
Wait, did I have an appointment? Was I supposed to go there?
You were invited.
Yeah, Nahele would remind HX that they had invited him specifically, so it would be best if he joined.
Grumble, get up, go with them.
Okay. Is there anything you want to do along this hallway? Anything you want to look out for? If not, we'll go right to the chamber.
Is this the same hallway that Neela had gone through before with Oola?
Yep, pretty much. I mean, they all look the same, so that's why I'm saying pretty much, because these hallways from the hangars that are lining the temple base, they all look very similar.
Okay. And Neil will just kind of note that, and she looks around a little like she did before, but mostly she's just looking forward to getting to where they're going.
Beryl and HX, is there anything you guys want to do?
Nope,
Beryl's
just follow
gonna
along.
Let's go ahead, Ajax.
I was just gonna follow along. You go ahead.
Beryl looks around with her soldier eyes. She's not too happy that something so simple was already reached. So she's on alert even if she doesn't have to be.
Okay, so with your soldier eyes, not your regular eyes, you look around and keep vigilant. Perfect.
Yep, they're brighter orange than usual.
Okay, funny. You guys make it through the hallway. There's not a lot of attention drawn to you. You're being escorted by a Jedi, so it's not like anyone's paying mind to it. I mean, most people here are very disciplined. It's just how they are. But you make it to the chamber. Hallie, you actually made it to the chamber first. And Jedi Master Vermori, actually, when you entered, he was meditating on the floor before a large window outlooking Coruscant. What would you have done when you walked into the room?
She would have entered, and seeing he's meditating, she would have approached, though slowly. Master Vamori?
He doesn't open his eyes, but he does respond, "Yes, Hallie."
I was told to meet here, and I don't want to disturb you in meditation.
He opens his left eye. He's like, "Well, from my understanding, you are my former Padawan's Padawan. Not that you know this, but you soon will. I'm quite used to being politely interrupted." he he insinuates with a hinted laugh behind his tone, but he goes, "Would you like to join me?"
She nods. She's like, "Yes, master."
This is his left eye again. He's like, "Oh, you are going to be teaching Carrick quite a bit." He laughs again.
She doesn't know how to take that, but she would join him and get in her meditation position.
And you and him kind of just go into your little meditative states. And not too long after, the door again opens up, and the Jedi that was leading Beryl, Niella, and HX enters, and he goes, "Master Vermori, I have guests. I have Captain Nam, HX7T, and Sergeant." He looks at you with question tone.
Jamichi.
Sergeant Jamichi here to speak with the Padawan. Master Vermori opens both eyes and he goes, "Ah," and he stands. "It's nice to see you again, Captain." HX, and he looks at Sergeant, and it's a pleasure to meet you, Sergeant.
It's good to see you as well, Master. Um, we understand that you have a Padawan we are to meet.
Yes. He looks to his right and down, I guess, at Hallie because she's meditating. "Hallie," he says, in a very calm tone. He's not trying to abruptly snap you out of your meditation. "Learner Hallie, you have company, and they wish to speak with you."
Holly would open her eyes and then slowly get up and collect herself and then face face the new people she's meeting for the first time. And she would just say, I am sorry, I am Kozithaliaziar, though Holly is preferred.
I'm impressed.
Neela looks up at Hallie because she is the shortest person in the room and says, Koazithalialar, it's a pleasure to meet you.
And when she says her name back, her eyes, even though she has no pupils, her eyes kind of widen for a moment, and she's like, "Yes, pleasure to meet you, Captain." And she says, "Holly is fine."
And you may call me Niela in informal um, places. We'll be working together quite a lot, I believe.
She just nods.
And it looks like I will be accompanying you for. Why don't one of you tell learner Hallie how her master is like? As you see, learner Hallie here is been assigned to Carrick Maze as a Padawan learner.
Niela smiles and says, I always think it's best to form your own first impressions. Um, so I look forward to you meeting your new master, Carrick Mace. I will say that having worked with him on a few missions now, uh, I trust him implicitly, and I've no doubt of his talent um, as far as I can see as an outsider um, as a Jedi. So I think he will make a great master for you as far as my opinion goes.
I don't think the droid's going
Holly,
to say much.
Holly just nods again, and she says, "I agree." And she says, "I agree," but she's saying, "I agree. I agree. I would like to uh, see for myself, but I am honored by the opportunity to work with Master Maze and yourself, Captain." Mm.
Well, we're glad to have you on our team, Holly. Um, Master Vamori, would it be appropriate for us to take a few minutes to talk about um, the upcoming mission, or should that wait till a later time?
Um, you can talk about that now. I'm sure you met one of the Jedi that will be accompanying us to the outpost. I believe they greeted you at the entrance.
They did, but they neglected to mention they would be accompanying us. That's good to know. I don't want to go into too much depth without Master Maze, but just wanted to note that our time on Coruscant will be limited to the next week, and we should be ready to leave after that amount of time with, with whatever we may need on this trip. Um, Holly, have you had any information about where we will be going or what we will be doing?
Holly nods. Very, very little. Uh, very little, but I am sure I will learn more when I meet Master Maze.
Yes, no doubt. As you're preparing, just know that we will be located far from Coruscant and need to be prepared to um, have what we need with us. That you don't need to worry about rations or food or anything like that, but any personal items that you will need for a distant mission, make sure that you have those with you when you leave. It may be some time before we make it back.
Holly just nods and she says, I I would be ready to leave now. I am equipped with everything you see on me. That is mine.
Yellow nods, just not very familiar with the ways of Padawans and Jedi. Said, okay, well, um, I want you to know where I'll be staying this next week in case you have any questions for me um, or just want to talk. I will be available, so make sure you have that information. And perhaps once Master Maze has arrived, we could arrange a dinner or something before leaving Coruscant. I'd like to make sure that we all get to know each other a little bit better before we take off and may not have time.
She just says, whatever is best.
And Learner Hallie, the Jedi Master, says, you do show that you're quite efficient for one still learning, but you might want to not rush to depart so quickly. Just use the time granted to you. Sharpen your mind, still your thoughts, and let the Force settle within you before you depart. Use the time to meditate. Use the time to reflect, and utilize the moments that, such as the captain giving you, would be ample. Utilize them well. It will prepare you much better for your designation. And he pauses, realizes that you probably all haven't been given a designation yet, and he tells you to a planet called Yavin 4.
Understood. And Master Vamori, we look forward to spending time with you as well. As I understand, you'll be with us overseeing operations for a bit.
Yes. The planet that the Republic chose is a planet that hasn't been visited in a long time. And they thought it prudent that I oversee the initial operations of the outpost because of I'll just be candid, the darker history of that planet that we will be visiting. There is a very strong dark side presence on that world that they just want to make sure will be safe to set root there. So I will certainly be accompanying you.
I'm glad of that. Thank you, Master Vamori. I don't want to take up too much of your time today, but I do want to make sure that everyone here has a chance to ask any questions that I might not be able to answer. And she looks to Beryl and HX. And seems like Hallie already asked her questions, but just in case, looks at her too.
Yeah, the Jedi stands there looking at each of you with his hands cupped before him.
Beryl, her stoic self, just stands there, gives one turn of her head, saying she did not have any questions at this point.
Nothing of note.
Holly speaks after Nahele and the master speak and just says, I will see that I am prepared before departing. I will spend time meditating in preparation.
And you might want to spend a little time in the archives. Just look up the name Exarchun. I think that will give you some insight on the planet that we're about to embark upon. Learner Hallie. It's a good historical antidote to keep in mind when we visit, kind of in the back of your mind, in your head, rather.
Understood, Master.
Sergeant, were you going to say something?
No, I was, but it's you already answered the question.
Oh, you were going to ask about Exarchun? He laughs. That's a random
Well,
thing.
not directly, but I have had some dealings with Jedi in the past. And so I was just wondering about the state of this one place because I've heard of the darkness of Yavin 4.
He's amused and he looks at you and he's like, there's not too many Republic soldiers that find the Force as interesting as you seem to. Most find it as a dogma of sorts, but yes, Yavin 4 has a dark history. A very large battle actually erupted on Yavin 4 a long time ago. And I'm not going to go into great depths. I've been told I can ramble quite a bit. And, it's a character flaw of mine, so I'll save you the details. Perhaps learner Hallie can go into greater depths for you at a later time when she has time to research the subject.
Thank you, Master Jedi.
Of course.
Nahele speaks up. Yes, we'd be interested in hearing anything you may learn, Holly. We do want to know what we're getting into, and with the war going on, I think it is important that we all understand what we're dealing with.
Holly nods and says, I will provide what information I can to all of you.
Hormel just smiles. Obviously, he's passing this off to the Padawan. And if anyone's sharp enough to understand, he's probably using it as a platform to let her open up to you guys in some way. So he's getting a read on her that she's kind of closed to herself a bit. Just smiles and goes, well, I am here for the week if you have any questions or anything comes up. I know there's probably a lot, especially as time goes on. You've all dealt with probably more things related to the Force than a lot of non-Jedi typically do, especially you, Captain, especially you, HX. Considering, I'm sorry that you're the part of the remaining party of the or your original group, but I do understand the gravity of everything that you've faced thus far, and it's not a typical thing that non-Force sensitives have to face. So I will be glad to comfort you in any way I can with any knowledge that I can partake. Just be mindful of your time. Your time is valuable. So and I'm asking you to keep in mind of that because if you do ask me a question, I'm prone to, like I said, rambling. And I don't want to waste your time.
Beryl looks to Nayela for a moment and says, Captain, may I speak freely?
Nahele kind of assesses Beryl before answering and says, yes, I think that we should be comfortable doing so between one another.
Thank you. Master Jedi, I do have one concern, all right, that I don't know if I'm speaking out of turn or not on this, but as we came in, even though they're on the Alpha Squad, would this be as readily spoken about within earshot of others?
Well, the two guards were specifically placed there because I knew you were arriving, and they are going to accompany us. Um, there was no one else in the hangar, as far as I know, so that should be fine. Don't get too hung up on the semantics. I appreciate your valor in the secrecy portion of it, but they know not to speak of it in more public settings. That was private amongst you four, so you should be fine.
Okay, she dips her chin, accepting the answer, and goes quiet again.
Neela speak up and say, it's, it's good to know. We just left a meeting with General Tenzin, and he expressed the importance of secrecy with this. Well, it's more than just a mission, with all of it. So we do want to be cautious, and we appreciate knowing that the guards will be accompanying us, the ones that know about our new designation.
Yes, the Jedi and the Republic Special Forces definitely differ in some stances. We don't necessarily like to hide um, knowledge. There's certain sects within our order that, yes, that is their duty. But most of us, we don't have that level of, I don't know what you want to say, but level of attention to details when it comes to certain aspects. But we do understand the levity of this operation that is being set forth, and we do understand the importance of that information getting out could cost lives and could cost the success of what is trying to be done in the outer rim. I mean, it's a hard thing to try to get two states of philosophies together. I mean, the Republic sees things in a different light than the Jedi, and that can be a very hard thing to marry. Um, but they will do well not to mention it in front of others. That I swear. Um, and learner Hallie, I'm certain, will not discuss that beyond these walls too. He gives a pause, letting you react to that.
Holly just nods.
And I will make sure that Knight Maze understands as well before he heads off to meet you all either at the hangar or at the planet. Just keep in mind, um, I don't even know who the shadows are that's going to be accompanying me. I am aware of their presence, but I do not know who among them they are. So I do not know if the general gave you a warning that be mindful of what you say around, well, us. You do not know who a shadow is, and they are elevated to hold the tenets of our code to a different degree because they're tasked with the hardest tasks of all, and that's typically the duty of keeping balance. And typically that has them balanced between a very fine line between what's right and what's morally questionable to do so. So that's my warning, in case the general did not warn you.
The general did warn us, to the extent he was able to. But yes, we have heard that. And with the belief that no shadows stand in this room at this moment, I wanted to ask you, Master Vamori, and perhaps Holly, you as well, to make sure that the three of us, the sergeant, myself, and HX, are aware of the Jedi creed that these shadows follow. Because if we do not know what they are looking for, there's always a possibility we might stumble into it. And it sounds like that could be very detrimental to our mission. And I don't want that.
Well, Jedi shadows they follow the Jedi Code still, but they operate specifically under the authority of the Jedi Council. That is why no one but the Jedi Council knows who the Jedi Shadows are. And actually, it's usually one or two Jedi Council members that are fully aware of who these individuals may or may not be. They emphasize discretion. They focus on investigative tasks and measures on how to prevent open warfare. And that is me being very enigmatic about my response, because if they think ending a life prematurely will cease the actions of an aggressive act that could disbalance the way the forces is, then they shall take it. They will do it under any circumstance. This is where this is a morally gray area. I'm not saying they are gray Jedi. There is no such thing. He says, kind of like making sure to stress that, because he knows there's, non-Jedi here. We do follow light side or dark side, but they do tend to have a gray morality to them. So if they feel what you're saying could potentially disbalance the force in favor of the dark side, they could potentially take action. How that action is perceived, we don't know. It could be direct, it could be sequential, it could be behind the scenes, it could be minor, and it could be a major action that they take. But as long as you do your missions and stick to what you're tasked to do, I don't see that being an issue.
Understood. That's good information to have. We certainly don't want to promote or give any advantage to the dark side. That would go against our missions, just in general. So that helps. That helps me understand better, at least.
The general felt, and so did the council, felt that their involvement in this operation was paramount. There has been, no offense, circumstances within your original group that could have led fellow Jedi to falling, and that was a very strong indicator that things that you have found yourself involved in tend to also involve the dark side. And so they are more or less a precautionary measure to ensure the safety of the Republic, but more so the safety of maintaining the balance of the Force, because that is our prerogative. We work with the Republic. We obviously serve the Republic simply by oath, but we still function very much independently from the Republic as well. We have our own creeds, we have our own codes, and we do not follow the Republic to a T. If the Republic says to do something and it goes against our code, we are more than apt to deny such actions. We have done so in the past with the Mandalorian Wars, which led to certain defectors within our own order to take action. But it's just an example that we hold ourselves to a different creed. I just want to keep that in mind. So even if Knight Maze is with you, or Learner Hallie is with you, there may be times too when your mission directives could be questioned by your Jedi counterparts, and that's where you, Captain Nam, have to step in. Because I agreed with the general that you are the most apt person to take charge of this group, because it seems that you have garnished the respect of those in your former party, and we are certain that you will garnish the respect of your new party members.
Well, I can only hope to live up to those expectations. Um, I believe the dark side has made it so that we're all aware of it and affected by it, much more so than we were a few years ago. And we have to do everything in our power to fight it. So if our new mission, if our new special forces can help to bring back balance and to push back the dark side, then we're in the right place.
I mean, you have one party member amongst you that's not affected by the Force in the same way. And he looks at HX. He's like, if you ever need to lean upon someone, perhaps HX may surprise you.
Yella has a small smile. HX has many talents. He does not readily share, but we couldn't have gotten where we have without him. And even if he can't feel the dark side, it's affecting him, I believe. It's affecting us all.
He looks to you, HX. See if you wanted to comment or react to what Nahele said.
Nope, deadpan.
Okay. And he looks to you, Sergeant, and he goes, well, Sergeant, you are under very good care. Nahele Nam has a very open mind. She questions things when she needs to. She challenges things when she has to, and she speaks her mind when she absolutely finds it necessary. These are qualities that I've got to see firsthand with the good captain, and I believe you will find serving under her command very rewarding, just as learner Hallie will find it rewarding working with her new master. If you have questions, I know that Nahele, if she can't answer them, will find a means to get you those answers.
Thank you, Master Jedi.
And if she can't, I know the droid can. The droid seems to always manage to find something on that infernal network of codes that I tend to avoid. He smiles. I'm very old school. I appreciate technology, but just give me a good holocron or give me a book. The whole holonet thing that's a whole other thing. All right. Well, learner. Oh, go ahead, Captain.
No, I was just gonna, Neil will notice that HX is just not saying anything. And we'll just say, well, it's good to have experts in these technological areas. I'm sure that um, they can really turn the tide in our favor.
Oh, indeed. He nods to HX and he looks to you, Nahele, and he's like, I mean, the information the droid got us on Alderaan has been great. We're still getting feeds from the device that was implanted, and it's been very helpful to monitor things there. So, surprises come in many forms and shapes, it seems.
Indeed.
He smiles now that he continues to smile, but gets a little bit bigger when you actually talk. He's like, oh, it speaks. I'm glad you're alive there, HX.
Yeah, the talk of fanatics and such always rouses a great conversation with me. Please keep them away from me.
Oh, phonetics. You're clever. Not the first time I've heard that. Well, if learner Hallie, if you don't mind, if you want to escort them back to the hangar, that'd be wonderful. I would appreciate that greatly. Unless, Captain, there was anything you needed to discuss.
Yes, as we discussed on the shuttle, if you have time, I'd like to uh, set some aside for a further conversation, but it doesn't have to be right now.
Could I ask, at least with your company present, what it is in regards to?
I would like to continue our previous conversation from the last time I was here in the Jedi Temple. Um, but we have a week, and if there's no time, I'm sure we'll find some time later.
Would you would that be a conversation you would like to have alone, or would you like maybe Knight Maze to accompany you before you depart, and maybe his Padawan?
Hmm. I think it would be appropriate to include Night Maze in this discussion, and I will let him determine if his Padawan should join as well.
Sounds good. And maybe perhaps during that time we can uh, give the sergeant and HX some sort of activity to do, maybe shopping. We can certainly arrange that with the Republic's help.
Yes, I that would be most appreciated.
Beryl was about ready to give a huff, but she caught herself. That's good. Shopping. Ugh.
Did you say that?
She's saying that mostly under her breath, but her huff would have been really loud if she had let that out. But yeah, somebody might have caught her saying that.
Well, it is a very quiet chamber. It's a meditation room. So he looks to you and goes, I mean, you don't have to shop. You can go to a cantina or something and enjoy your time. It's just an offer. It's always good to be prepared for a long journey, and I'm sure you'll need some personal supplies before you head off.
Yeah, she did her she does her typical dip of the chin. Says, of course, Master Jedi.
Ormrul's fine. You do not have to call me Master Jedi. We're not in some formal atrium with diplomats and other Jedi. I'm not that type of Jedi. Ormrul is fine.
Thank you, Omrul.
Well, if it helps, I have trouble saying your last name too, Sergeant, if I'm going to be candid.
If I'm going to be candid, so do I sometimes,
He
especially
laughs.
after a couple drinks.
Very fair. Well, if that's all, then I will arrange that for you, Captain, and we'll get things organized for your other party members. And if Learner uh, Hallie isn't allowed to accompany you on that day, then I'm sure I can task her with something.
Thank you. I look forward to that discussion.
Well, then, may the force be with all of you. And Learner Hallie, do you mind escorting them?
I will I will do that, Master. Thank you.
I believe your shuttle is in A17, so it should be in dock A17. He just goes quiet and kind of, I guess, waiting for you guys to make your next move.
Niela looks to Holly and waits for her to escort them.
Holly would move past toward the door, prepared to leave then.
Okay. Neela follows in behind her and looks around to make sure Beryl and HX are also on their way.
Beryl,
Mosine.
oops, go ahead.
No, I'm doing very short things today. Mosine.
Okay. Beryl will fall in step as was she has learned over time as a soldier.
Let you guys decide if you want to say anything while you're heading back towards your shuttle. Once you get to your shuttle, then we'll probably end the session for the night. But I'll give you at least this stretch of time to decide if there's anything you want to say to the little Padawan that's leading you forward.
Neil will try to make some conversation with Holly. She'll start by asking her how long she's been here at the Jedi Temple.
Ollie's gonna remain pretty forward facing, but she'll respond. And she'll just say, I've been at the temple for 5 years now, Captain.
Hmm, interesting. And will this be your first off-world mission since coming to the temple?
She'll pause for a second. She'd be like, uh, yes, I've spent most of my time here since arriving to the temple.
That's good to know. Um, and it's my understanding you haven't met Master Mace yet? Or wait, he's Jedi Knight, right? Jedi Knight Mace.
I have not met my new master yet. No.
Well, I'm hoping he returns from Alderaan soon. And that once there's time, we can get to know each other better. I think it's important as a team that we are aware of one another's strengths and weaknesses so that we can better plan our missions.
Agreed, Captain. It's best to know so that I may best protect those around me.
Yes, yes. At this point, we must arm ourselves with knowledge and move forward.
That is very wise, Captain.
Yeah, you guys got 2 droids down at the party.
I think that's all the questions Nahele has.
Nope.
Mm-mm.
Cecile's gone. You're fine. Holly is going to she's gonna listen to what Master Vamori said. So she's gonna take them to the shuttle and then let them go to where they're staying, and then she's going to return to the temple, meditate, and then also visit the archives as she was suggested to do. Good.
It's a long one.